everyone, I'm Captain Logan, and look, it's Austin, the Day Ghost. Tonight, we're going to do an exciting, lengthy watch party. We're going to watch both, what we have currently, both Guardians of the Galaxy movies. By the end of this week, it'll be a trilogy finally, Austin.
Yeah, we can no longer say a bit of both when we say which movie you want to watch.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to see everybody. Austin, that Sega Genesis version of that song sounded really good.
That's funky, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that shockingly good?
Somebody needs to do the Mario 64 soundboard thing with the soundtracks for these movies, because I've been listening. I keep getting Beatles albums recommendations for it, and they sound like really cool. Some of the tracks.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, where it's like they just take like random sound effects and they like recreate Beatles tracks. Some of them are really cool, especially like the trippy ones. Like Strawberry Fields is awesome.
I've got to listen to more of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have this kind of obsession with chiptune music and with chiptune covers and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll send you some of that. It's really cool.
It's a lot of fun. Jareth, I found that I should have linked it. Sorry, I'm using a slightly different setup tonight, so everybody bear with me here. Did I already get rid of it? I already got rid of it. I'll try to put it in the description later. Tonight, Austin and I are gonna, as I mentioned already, watch both of the Guardians movies that we have now, and I'm not gonna do a lot of preamble because we've got so much to do. Austin, these are both at least 2 hours, right? Is the second one a little longer?
The second one's 2:17, so it's just like slightly longer than 2.
Okay. So yeah, we'll want to go ahead and get into that here pretty readily. These are two of Austin's favorite movies. I want to say this is your favorite stuff in the MCU, yes?
So 2 is, and then 1 is in my top 10. I think it's like number 6. There's like quite a few movies in the MCU I like more than the first one, but the second one's my favorite film.
Jareth, I'll type this in the comments here. It is Mega Baz on YouTube.
Any relation to Matthew Bass?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Baz with a Z.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. You know, like some parents, they're like, I want all of my kids to have like the same first letter for every name. Something like that. I don't know.
Sorry, I couldn't link that because of my setup right now. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started here and watch this first movie. And this is just going to be a fun, relaxed watch party. We'll do a little commentary for you as we go along. Obviously, down the road, months or years from now, I'll do both of these movies as solo commentaries on the Superhero Rewind commentary project. And I thought about going ahead and doing one of them with the new movie coming up on Monday, but I elected instead to do the Suicide Squad because I've done the second of these recently when I was doing the unscripted rewinds, and I was just going to say all the stuff I just said a few months ago, probably. So I thought it would be more fun for the Guardians movies if I brought in Austin, and he's been wanting to do commentaries with me on these for a long time, so I didn't want to shaft Austin for this. And we haven't even mentioned the amazing, glorious getup that Austin is wearing right now. And Austin told me he just got that in the mail and didn't think it would show up in time.
Yeah, I was like, there is a small chance it'll make it for me to see 3, but there's no way it's gonna make it on time for this. And then it did. So,
but you got it miraculously. Are you gonna be a dweeb and wear it at the theater?
So I've never done anything like that.
Oh, you gotta do it.
But I'm totally gonna do it.
Do you have the? I feel like you've told me this, but I can't remember. Do you have the special edition box for the second wave of Marvel movies? So you could carry
I have the orb.
Yep, you carry the orb. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, I really wanted to. So Wednesday next week, they're doing at like limited theaters. They're doing like a full trilogy screening. And I was like, oh my God, I need to go. And then I was like, okay, but I'm going to have to take time off work. And it's playing like an hour and a half away from me, so I'm like, it's just not practical enough to take a Wednesday off to go drive an hour and 40 minutes to go see 2 movies I've already seen. And one I'm gonna end up seeing the next day anyways.
But
So,
that's
'cause I'm
unfortunate
seeing it Thursday.
because that would have been a lot of fun
Yeah,
anyway.
it would have been really cool. Hmm.
Tom, $2 super chat
Absolutely.
says no Christmas special tonight. Sad face. Well, we did a commentary on this Christmas special right when it came out, so we've done that fairly recently.
Yeah, and I feel like we'd probably just be repeating that because it's not like there's like a ton to talk about.
Yeah, and it's short, and we don't need to
Exactly.
elongate this any more than we're already going to. If you need a timestamp, let us know, and somebody in the comments or one of us can help you out with that. I forgot to put the clock up on the screen, and again, with the setup I've got right now, it would be too complicated and irritating to do that. So, trying something different. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but I think we'll have fewer like glitch issues and stuff with it at the very least. So anyway, I'm running two computers simultaneously right now, and so if I look a little bit scatterbrained or self-conscious, it's because I'm working with two different keyboards and in a mouse and a trackpad, and I don't know why I'm doing it like this, but anyway.
You're like a hacker in a '90s film. You got like all these computers open, and you're just like,
Yeah, I look like the guy that hacked into my channel this week.
exactly, yeah.
I am not remotely prepared for this. I mean, I've watched these movies somewhat recently, especially the second one, but Austin is always looking for an excuse to watch these. So he did watch these again in preparation for this, but I did not. So we'll just be looking at the movies, and Austin will have very fresh ideas in his head, and I will struggle to come up with interesting things to say that I haven't said before.
Yeah, I did this marathon last night.
You already did it. You could probably do with this what I do with the 89 with Batman 89
100%.
commentaries, right?
100%. And I've even been reading through Abnett and Lanning over the last 2 weeks. I've got like 5 issues left, but
Oh wow. See, I'm kind of rusty on Guardians, and you're like in a Guardians place right now.
well, so I was going through
I'm
like
in good shape if we were doing more movie Batman or Power Rangers right now, but no, it's got to be Guardians.
so like months ago I was like, okay, Guardians 3 comes out in a few months. I'm going to do like a big deep dive on Guardians comics, but I'm not going to start at Abnett and Lanning. I'm going to go back to the individual characters and like read through the individual Rocket, Star-Lord, Adam Warlock stuff. I read through the Rocket one. I was like, this is kind of weird. I'm not sure about this. I made it like 2 issues into Star-Lord, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm just going to go to Abnett and Lanning. And then I'll go back eventually and do Adam Warlock because I do really want to read Starlin on that. But
Yeah, and I've never read more than a couple of issues of that myself.
Mhm.
I've wanted to go through and just do all of Infinity at some point. I mean, it would take a year and a half because
Yeah,
there's a lot of
absolutely.
it, but
That'd be awesome. No, I love Starlin, so I'm going to go back and do his Adam Warlock at some point. But early Star-Lord is weird.
well, and do you know about the newer Infinity books he put out like 3 or 4 years ago that are
Mhm.
not in continuity, but
Oh, I didn't realize they weren't continuity.
I don't think,
Interesting.
well, or maybe they sort of are. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Because like
I
the
knew
the other
it's not.
Infinity things that come out later are not looking at that, of course. But
Yeah, because I wasn't a big fan of the Hickman Infinity book. I don't know what like the
I didn't like that
consensus
either.
on that is. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was like a big beloved
that
thing.
doesn't mean that's the consensus. But I didn't
Yeah.
like it.
Well, no, I just wasn't sure because Infinity War is looking at that a little bit. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that book.
Robert says he loves both movies, but Volume 2 is his favorite. Yeah, I'm out on a ledge with this. I think. Well, maybe not. I mean, like I
No,
think 2
you're.
is somewhat polarizing, but I feel like a lot of the people that don't like 2 are also not huge fans of 1. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I mean, 1 was okay, and then that second movie I just couldn't get into, and I didn't really buy the villain plot and everything. And for me, I just think that first movie is nigh perfect, and I've got, as I've talked about a million times, I've just got some issues with the way Ego's, like, the pseudoscience is handled.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And,
No, I think
and
most people
Drax's
like
character
1.
and stuff, but
I think most people like 1 over 2. I remember when it came out, everyone was like, "Oh, that was disappointing." Like that seemed to be the main thing I was hearing. Well, I was like, "That was awesome."
yeah, well, and I looked at your letterbox the other day, and I thought that you had, because I'm surprised to hear you say that, because I thought you had the first movie as 4 stars and the second movie as 3.5.
4.5, unless I messed up.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
I think it was 4.5.
I forgot they went 5 with that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, it goes
right.
to 5.
Okay. Anyway, enough rambling from me until we start the movie, and then there will be lots more of that. Is everybody ready? Let's go ahead and start doing this. So make sure that you're watching the first movie. You can watch it on Disney Plus. You can pull out your Blu-ray, your DVD, however you want to. We're not gonna judge you however you decide to watch movies. Get it to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play as soon as I say now. Austin, are you ready, man?
I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna do it. Headphones on. Everybody, please press play. Just get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your booze. I've got my booze. I'll do that later.
I got my candy. I got my drinks. Let's go.
I'm not gonna get plastered or nothing, but I'm gonna have a couple of shots later. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. It's Guardians of the Galaxy right now.
So I don't think I've ever been hit immediately in the theater the first time watching a movie like, oh, this is not what I thought I was walking into.
We're just deeply depressing 4 minutes into a movie
depressing.
That was advertised as a comedy.
Yeah. And it was like a huge fight for me to go see this film in the theater. Yeah, so I went with my mom, and she was like, I'm not going to see a movie with a stupid raccoon and a tree in it. I'm not doing that. And I was like, come on, Mom, like, let's go see it. Come on, it'll be fun. Like, you liked Avengers. Like, come on. And then very begrudgingly, I dragged her to go see this.
Yeah, well, and something that I'm going to have to appreciate in talking with you about this is in my mind, just a few years ago, but this is like your childhood. I mean, we're talking.
This is my second last year of high school. Yeah,
high school. So not childhood, but like,
yeah,
you're not even 18 yet when this comes out.
Yeah, no, I'm only 16. No, so I was in England.
Sorry, for some reason I had it in my head that you were like 13 or 14 when this comes out.
No, I was 16.
See, I think of you as perpetually 22.
Oh no, I'm turning 26 this year.
No, I know, like people age.
Yeah.
I've been working with you for, 3 years now? And, like, in my head, you're just perpetually 22 years old.
It's like when I was a kid and I thought my mom was 25, like, just every year. She's 25.
I always have that with people, and I have to constantly remind myself that people get older.
Absolutely. No, so I was in England because I was also just kind of like, whatever. Like, I don't know any of these characters. Like, I didn't see Thor or First Avenger in the theater because I was like, I don't really like Thor or Captain America, whatever. And like, my uncle convinced me to go see Avengers because I wasn't super into seeing that either.
Oh, interesting.
And I remember I went to a Subway in England, and there was like all these cardboard cutouts of Guardians of the Galaxy, and I was like, man, like this looks so weird and like kind of interesting. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'll go see it.
Well, and you weren't really like a big space opera guy before this, were you?
Like, I liked Star Wars, like every kid does, but that was kind of it. That was my main experience with that.
Yeah, you didn't grow up on Star Trek. You didn't grow up with a lot of science fiction.
Yeah, and walking out of this, I was like, this is the feeling I've never gotten with like seeing Star Wars in the theater.
Yeah.
Brand new. Like, this is what I imagined it felt like back then.
One thing I think this opening scene really does for the tone of the movie, like, it's interesting. I want to praise it for actually not establishing tone. Like, it doesn't, and it doesn't, right? Because it kind of gives you almost a red herring with tone, like you were saying, because you know it's going to get bombastic and somewhat silly, and it's going to get really absurd if you've seen the trailers. You know there's a talking raccoon in it, but what you're not going to expect after such a dramatic, sad opening is the way the credits are handled. And so this scene plus that really establishes the tone, I think, together, where it gives you that juxtaposition.
Mm-hmm. No, and I love that we hold on this tone right up until the music starts. Like, even when he's walking around the planet, like, it's very atmospheric and dark.
Yeah.
As Star-Lord's, approaching the temple, and it doesn't break that until he starts playing his music.
Yeah, and it's gonna keep going to those places too.
Yeah, no, and it tells you, like, hey, this is like a weird, quirky movie, but it's grounded in real human emotion. Like, it's when something's supposed to be sad, like, you will feel sad about it.
Robert says, Well, and I know you're not the biggest Whedon fan, but I feel like that's kind of going in the tradition of a lot of Joss Whedon stuff. Like Firefly has that, Buffy and Angel both have that to some degree. I think
Yeah,
Firefly
sure.
is actually closer to this than Buffy and Angel are, in that it will put that dramatic stuff, kind of in the darker stuff and the pathos out in front, and then it's, it feels like a comedy much of the time, but it's actually a mix of levity and drama, and it can go to really serious dark places.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Robert says, on first viewing, I enjoyed it, but I questioned if this opening was emotionally manipulative or not. But the ending reveal with the mixtape made the movie for me. Yeah, it's bookended wonderfully with that, and you have to have that. Like, it tells you everything you need to know about this character and makes that arc happen.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things where when you rewatch it, you go, no, of course that's what it is. But like watching the first time, I wasn't thinking like, oh, he's gonna get another tape at the end. Like that's obviously where this is building.
And see, I completely called it, and I've talked about this a lot in the past, but
Because you had that.
the mixtape thing resonates with me so hard because I had that with my own mom.
Mhm.
And so my attitude by the end of the movie was, if that's not what's in the box, they effed it up.
Mhm.
Like, it's wrong if that's not what's in the box. I was actually because that's set up not just in the opening with his listening to the tape and talking to his mom, but when he gets on his ship, we see that wrapped package. And so for me, it was kind of a mystery box done right, where like there's a literal mystery box. If you
Yeah,
put,
absolutely.
it's the Chekhov's gun thing, right? Like, well, sort of. Like that, you've got to see that unravel at some point, right? You got to see what's in it. If you put a wrapped box in a scene, the audience wants to know what it is. So I spent the whole movie going, that tape is in that box, and if he doesn't open it at the end of the movie, I'm going to be upset. This is one of my favorite titles of all time.
And I think like both of them are really good too.
They are
And
both really good. But I have this thing, we've talked about this before, Austin. I have this
yeah,
thing where when a title with no fade or anything just hits you in the face of the screen, I get excited. It's my favorite thing. It's Lion King, man. Like, I love it.
so well, and I've always said because all the other Marvel movies, when you hit the end of the credits, it says blah 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 will return. Both Guardians films hit you immediately with the Guardians of the Galaxy will return. I think the title drop and that are like the ultimate mic drop. Like, yeah, this movie's great. You guys will all love it.
I think that's why I like it, is that it's so much confidence. Like, if you do
Absolutely.
that, you're not worried that anybody's going to call you on it. You're not worried that anybody's going to call you pretentious for doing it. And it makes me sit up in my seat where I'm like, what is this? And if every movie started doing it, then I wouldn't trust it anymore. And luckily, somehow, that's not a thing that's caught on that hard.
Hmm. Absolutely, yeah.
Nolan's Batman, like, wait till the end of the movie to have the title at all, that caught on. I'm not saying he's the first person that ever did it, but I think Begins and Dark Knight have something to do with the fact that a lot of movies started doing it.
Definitely became a template, yeah.
Yeah, but how many things have you seen that hit you in the face with a title like that? Like, it happens, but I don't think it turned into a fad.
Hmm. Absolutely. Well, I'm surprised we didn't get more just like opening title stuff like this. And that's something that Gunn always does, and he always has really good opening titles. That's one of the things I'm most fascinated about with 3 is like, what are they gonna do? 'Cause the first two are so perfect. I don't even know where to begin.
There's our prop that has all of our Phase 2 discs in it, Austin.
Yep.
Robert, I forgot about that. He says the tagline on the first poster was "You're welcome." What a bold and great move! Yeah,
I don't
that's
remember that.
ballsy. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
welcome. At the point that poster came out, were they already getting a sense of hype, or do you think they wrote that in the first place? Like, were they already in that place with this?
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be they were like, well, clearly this movie's going to be really good and like people are going to love it. So let's just like own it and hope that helps build like into the marketing.
So I'm going to try not to be super hyperbolic all the way through this, Austin.
Yeah.
But I just had this thought. Is there another line, or there are very many in movies that are just a one-word, normal, everyday word, like who, that people quote forevermore, and we all know what they're talking about when they do that? Like, it might just be our circles, but I do the who thing all the time, and everybody always knows what I'm talking about.
And Marvel tried to redo it in Civil War, and it doesn't work at all.
I don't remember where that was. Really?
It's in the prison. Yeah, there's a part where Tony's walking through, and Ant-Man's like, blah blah blah. Hank Pym told me not to trust you, and he goes, "Who are you?" And then Ant-Man goes, "Come on, man!" Like, it's like the exact same interaction.
Oh wow, that's
like,
true. I never thought of that. Or like that was the reason they did it.
I don't know if it's the reason they did it, but like, there's little moments like that where the MCU reuses jokes and stuff like that, and I'm like, I don't know. You don't need to do that.
Does this at this point feel a little bit like going back to a pilot for a TV show, and it gets kind of surreal, like watching these characters come together and meet each other for the first time?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I've seen this one more than anything else with the Guardians in it, I think, because I love this story so much. It's definitely in my top 5, if not top 3 MCU movies. It's probably in my top 3. And I think it's one of the only MCU movies I ever gave a 4 to on Rewind. Did I give this a 4? I think I did.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, people were. They're like, yeah, but it's just not that good. And I'm like, I'm sorry, it really spoke to me, man.
It is really good. I think it's like number 8 or something of my list, and even I'm like, yeah, no, it is really good.
I think it's one of the best structured number 8 for MCU movies.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's like around there. Yeah, it's like 6 or 8.
Really?
But
I'm really surprised by that. I mean, like, it's not. I can't put it over Winter Soldier.
No, of course.
But like. And of course, like, I always get in the weeds with this, but like, favorite versus what you think is like, the best written film or the best, overall made film and all
Absolutely.
of that can sort of be different. But like I said, I think it just spoke to me too much.
Absolutely. And
but yeah, we're gonna see that package here, and it's the right shape. And I'm like, it's the tape. She made him a tape.
And what was I gonna say? I also think this is just one of the best like first movies, and I think it's interesting, especially to compare Guardians to the Avengers films, because I think this is a better building the team movie than Avengers is, and then I think that the second one's a better kind of like building up the team kind of like sequel than Age of Ultron is, and then I'm going to assume that 3 is a better ending than Endgame and Infinity War, but we'll see.
Well, and with just the comparisons you're making so far, because obviously Whedon is gone at this point, but you're really pitting up the same 2 creators at that point. So, like, to be fair, honestly, I think you're right, and I like Age of Ultron a lot more than you do, but it's got huge pacing and structural issues, and maybe pacing more than... When I say structural, I guess I just mean it's got scenes that it needs to spend more time with, and it can't because of its length, and it wants to be a whole season of television, as I've always said. And pacing was never and just having too much stuff and too many characters shoved in was never the problem with these. But I do think that some of this, at least for you personally, might be just a creator that it has sensibilities that resonate with you more than the other one.
Yeah, but I also like the first Avengers quite a bit. Like, me saying that this is a better building the team movie is not me saying that Avengers is bad.
Okay.
It's like,
and I also don't disagree with you on that either. And I like Whedon a lot, but I was always trepidatious about him directing that. And I made a video real early when that was announced saying, I love Whedon. I don't know if he's got the qualifications for this job, and people left comments and were like, you're crazy, it's going to be great. And it came out, and it was, but it also had all the issues I was concerned it might, to a lesser degree than some people actually thought it did. And then his next one had some of that in spades, because it's a TV show truncated down into a movie, and some of that stuff feels kind of TV, but like, Gunn is way better at juggling this many characters, and it's impressive because he also has to introduce them all to you for the first time. And Whedon got to work with characters that we'd met the majority of them.
Yeah, well, my big thing with this over Avengers is that I think this is more of a story than Avengers is. Again, I like that movie, but Avengers lives and dies on the gimmick that it's these characters coming together. Like, if you don't care about seeing these characters together, you're probably not going to like that movie. But if you like all the characters, then you're like, oh, this is fun. Like, this is a good time.
And you know what the irony is? The novelty for that movie was, of course, shared universe. Seeing all these characters that you watched their individual films come together. And the novelty for this is fresh story with a property you've never heard of. And isn't it weird when we live in a day and age where that's a novelty now? Like, the novelty for John Wick is big action franchise that isn't based on anything.
So I had a dawning realization today about the villains in these movies. That they're all people that like want to take the world and like make it into what they think it should be instead of just accepting the hand that they were dealt.
Yeah.
And I'd never really thought about like comparing comparing them. And then I just had like a moment where I was like, wait a minute, because you have Ronan who's gonna genocide these people because he doesn't like them. He's got issues with Xandar, and then you have Ego who wants to make everything Ego, and then with the third one we have the High Evolutionary who can't like fully delve into that because it's not out yet, but he's a character that wants to change kind of like evolution and rework people. I just think that's kind of interesting, and they're all Fantastic Four characters.
Yeah, no, that's a wonderful breakdown. And I hadn't really thought to, and then go back and watch the rewind I did for Guardians 2. Maybe it's in there. I don't remember saying anything about what you're bringing up, but I never thought to compare Ronan directly with Ego. And the other thing that's interesting about it is that Ego sees himself as God, and Ronan is a religious zealot.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Exactly. Like one wants to create the world in his own image and make everyone everything literally himself, and the other one wants to put everything in what he thinks is his God's image and get rid of anything that might stamp out his culture. That's Ronan's whole MO. And yes, he's not as interesting and super fun to watch as a lot of as the best MCU villains. And this was during a period where MCU had the reputation of the villains being the weakest part. And ironically for me, it got over that with Thanos, and I don't love the way they handled Thanos. But we also got Vulture, which was wonderful, and like they started giving us more good villains. I think Ronan works perfectly on paper, and I'm not even sure you can tell the story you're telling if he is more. I mean, menacing's not the right word. I think he's menacing enough, but like if he's got more like gravitas and is more scene chewy, I don't actually know if the story we're telling works, because the point of him is he's like a pouty face, whiny child.
So it's weird. I feel like Ronan is like exactly what he should be, like for what the story is, and I don't.
But I get why people see him as unmemorable.
And I can like understand that because I don't think he's especially memorable, and he's easily the weakest gun villain. But like, I don't know how I would fix him. Like
that's what I'm saying.
I think he's fine. Like it's when I'm out of the movie that I go, yeah, like he's kind of whatever. But when I'm in the movie, I'm like, yeah, Ronan, he's fine. I
guess I came out of it a little surprised that people were complaining about it so much, because I don't want my superhero movies put in a box where the emphasis has to be the same in all of them. The point with this movie, I mean, like, it didn't have as much to do with the villain as your typical superhero movie does, right? Like, he needs to be there, he's serviceable for the plot. I think that his MO doesn't come out to the fore enough. I think that's the big mistake with him, is that it's easy on a first viewing to miss what he's even about. I mean, that's probably the biggest problem.
Yeah, absolutely. But like, I don't think he's like a Malekith or a like a Steppenwolf or something, or like an Ares. You know, he's not like one of those villains where he just kind of comes and goes, and I'm like, okay, like he's not a Black Adam villain. Where, like, I don't even remember who it was.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, and you and I are on somewhat opposite sides with Wonder Woman. Like, I think Ares is handled fine until he gets his big stupid speech at the end, and then he's awful.
Well, I mean, that's when he shows up, though.
Well, no, but you get him earlier. You just don't know. You're not supposed to know it's him yet.
Oh yeah, I called in the theater though. I was like, "That guy's Ares."
No, I know you did, but I'm just saying, like, the way that character is handled when he is pretending to be, whatever character he's pretending to be, I think that's like when he's in incognito. I think that all works fine. But then once he's Ares now, that writing
it's the worst part. Yeah,
really bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
How do you like how they use Nova here?
How they use what?
Nova. We're like, we don't get like Nova as like a superhero character. You kind of just get them as just cops.
I have this weird disconnect now where I always forget that Nova Corps is even related to the character Nova. Like, in the theater, I remember going, oh, interesting, that's how they're doing it. And then I'm so used to it in the context of this that just now when you said that, oh, that's right, they're related to the superhero Nova. And, of course, they have his symbol on their chest and stuff.
Which is in the Guardians 3 logo, and I did not notice that until I got this jacket.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Ravager logo, and then there's a little Nova symbol in the middle.
So is that supposed to be a costume, or is it just a jacket? Like,
it's just a jacket.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't typically wear it zipped up, probably.
No. I don't normally wear like any jacket zipped up. I might unzip it during this too at some point.
I like the casting of Glenn Close a lot in this because, I mean, she's a great actress, but also she's like not like in your face and utilized a whole lot, and it's just kind of cool to go to a veteran actor like that for a part that is like significant. It's not like she gets nothing to do, but it's not played as stunt casting or anything. And yeah, you do get stunt casting with Ego in the second movie, but I think that's well deserved. But I also like that she's not a villain, because we keep doing that in MCU with bad guys, where we go to big veteran actors that haven't done anything in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Glenn Close, I think, kept working. I don't mean that, but
no, she's just like a character actress where it's like, here's this kind of minor role that is still like important. So like, it's just like pick an actress that's gonna bring something to it. And Peter Serafinowicz is just playing his character from Shaun of the Dead, where he's just like British man who's proper and is mad that the dysfunctional a-holes are in his way.
I get blindsided every time I go back to John Wick 2 that he's there. I always forget that he's in that movie.
Oh yeah, he's got like one scene. Yeah,
he's like Q or something, and I'm like, oh, you know what, Peter Serafinowicz should be Q in a Bond movie.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
That's a fun choice. Yeah,
and then you know what blew my mind? And then Jason goes, yeah, but he should really be the next Doctor in Doctor Who. And I was like, oh, well, there's no arguing with that. Like, I never thought of that. That's just simply correct. Like, how has Peter Serafinowicz not been in Doctor Who? What? I couldn't believe you said that. It's
That's
amazing.
Funny.
It's just correct. Is it just me, or does Gamora look a lot different in this movie than she does later?
I think she just looks a lot younger.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Also, this movie is way less colorful than the second one is, so I think that's part of it too. That's something I think...
There's a reason for that, of course, with Ego's planet and the lushness of it and trying to get you off the scent of how dark and disturbing Ego himself ultimately is, where it's supposed to look like paradise. So there's a reason it's so colorful and bright and happy, because it's so much worse when you get to the reveal in that if it's shot that way.
Absolutely. I also think, if I remember correctly, Gunn had issues with his cinematographer on this movie. It's like that might be part of it too. I'm not entirely sure, but
Robert says he was also the original Darth Maul voice, but only had 2 lines, and that's
yep,
another thing I always forget about.
yeah, because he's got 2 lines, and one of them is like "hello."
Yeah, and I think in Solo they used Whitwer.
They did,
Am I
yeah,
right?
yeah. Because I found it kind of distracting. I was like, "Oh, it's Sam Witwer." Weird.
So, does it go without saying that this movie has one of the best advertising campaigns of all time?
Yeah, and it's amazing that everyone associates Guardians with this song, and yet it's like barely in this movie.
Yeah, it's in the scene, but it was, of course, all over the advertising.
Yeah, and it's been in at least a preview for all 3 films.
Yeah.
Like they've sold all 3 on it.
I don't know what it is about the Ooga Chaka thing, but it just fits the material so well. And I think it does the same thing the title does, right? Where auditorily it blindsides you. It just hits you like a ton of bricks, and you go, you sit up. Yeah, I gotta pay attention to this.
I remember when the trailer for this came out, people were like, "Oh man, hooked on a feeling," and I was like, "Oh, I like that song." As I'm humming "More Than a Feeling" by Boston in my head, and then I click on the trailer, and I'm like, "Oh, that's not that song."
You go to Guardians of the Galaxy, it opens with foreplay/long time.
So I was definitely blindsided by that.
What impressed me about the
There's
advertising in
Lloyd
this
Kaufman.
movie. What's that?
So there's Lloyd Kaufman.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah, I was forgetting about that too. Cause Gunn got his start with Trauma, yes?
yeah, yeah, and they wrote a book together about like how to make movies.
Like, was that well before Gunn was a big director?
I think it was when he still worked at Troma. Yeah, like before he did any of this, maybe even before he did Scooby Doo. I don't know, but
We
it's like
should
one of those like,
review that.
yeah, it'd be interesting.
We should read that.
Mhm. I really want to get it because I'm fascinated by that.
Robert, a lot of people were losing their minds over the trailer, and I didn't really get it. I thought the movie was a bit overhyped, but I quickly loved it. I mean, I had the worry that it was, because I'm like, guys, we don't really know what this movie is going to look like yet.
Well, because that first trailer is just, here are the characters. It's just the what a bunch of a-holes scene, like
well, and I was
almost
going to
without
say,
edits.
I had a lot of, I had a lot of respect for the fact that that scene is actually in the movie. Because I don't know if you had that, but when you go through a litany of characters like that, I'm like, this is either shot for the movie or a scene they cut. And we're going to get into the movie, and it's not really going to be there. And I think the reason I appreciated it was it's edited in such a way where there's a lot of things, there's some stuff in between it, and so I don't feel as much like I just, like I've seen everything that's in the trailer. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm trying to get at is, and I had this with the Mario movie real hard. You go to a lot of movies that if you see trailers for and you see them the same one over and over again, or you see too many trailers for, you start getting taken out while you're watching the movie by all the scenes you've seen already. And because this was giving us mostly a lot of stuff from like one scene or things that were used in different contexts, I recognized images and lines and things, but I wasn't thinking about the trailer while I was watching the movie. And I think that's part of why I'm saying the advertising was really effective, because it didn't take me out while I was actually watching the movie, but it was enough to make me want to see it and get me curious about it. And I think it has that in common with the Watchmen trailer. I would put those in my top 5. I should make that video. Best trailers for superhero movies.
I was going to say, I think they've done a really good job for all 3 of these films to not reveal anything. Like, for 2, I remember watching like all the trailers as they were coming out. There was not a single shot of Kurt Russell until the last trailer, and I was like, well, like, I don't even know what the plot of this movie is.
You compare that to BVS, where you've got what would have been its only big, exciting reveal. Oh, Doomsday is a clone of Zod. How did you put that in the advertising?
Yeah, and the trailers for 3 have shown like very, very little footage of both Adam Warlock and High Evolutionary. Like, it's
and if you don't know anything, you'd have no idea that those characters were really even in it. You'd just be like, oh,
exactly.
there's some new players, okay. And you'd have to, if you're really paying attention, you'd have to expect the third movie is going to go into Rocket's traumatic backstory.
Mhm.
So that's not really giving away very much either. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, here's the genetic engineering stuff. You got to expect that.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing I wanted the second film to be when I walked out of this one. So I'm glad that we are finally getting that.
Hayden Spring says, I almost bought the Marvel Legends for $3, but the price increases made me say no. I've been having that issue.
I contemplated it today. I was like, I should maybe look into that.
I've been having that issue with the Lightning Collection with Power Rangers lately. Those figures used to be between 20 and 22, and now they're upwards of 27 to 30. And I just can't get excited about it. Like, the characters that I've really that I really love, that it's a singular character, I might still consider grabbing. But if it's a whole team of Rangers, I'm probably not doing that. Like, they're putting out the Alien Rangers 5-pack, and Alien Rangers is one of my favorite designs for suits. And it's like $120 for the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ugh. I'm having a hard time getting excited about that.
The one figure that's way more expensive than the other ones. I remember I used to collect a little bit of Marvel Legends, and for the Infinity War line, the Iron Spider one was like $60 when I got it. That was like crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So let's go ahead and get the debate about Drax out of the way, shall we? Matthew Bass says, if I know the super chat, remember when Drax had a little bit of pathos and wasn't just a complete buffoon? Now, I know Austin doesn't 100% agree with that, and I agree.
But I can understand the argument. Like
he probably does, but here's the two sides of it. One is, I think that Batista is playing the character almost entirely differently by that second movie, and I think it's scripted that way, and I think it's Gunn's fault before it's his fault. I think he is played too dumb. But when it isn't just an intelligence problem, I do like that he's lightened up and he's finding some, like, zeal for life, and he's finding wonderment in all the crazy new things he's seeing. So, like, I like that the performance has changed, but I don't like that his IQ seems to have dropped.
So I think he's dumb in both, but in this one, he's so, like, narrowly focused on this one thing and being serious. And there's this one line that he has in this movie later on where he says that his kind of serious persona is something that he puts on just to deal with his family's death. So I think that's part of the argument. There's also,
that's not a line I remember.
I didn't remember it either until I watched it last night, and I was like, oh, okay.
That's really interesting. But it wouldn't make him smarter. Like, I just don't buy that this guy doesn't understand the difference in, like, size, perspective, and space. And, like, Mantis watch out, which is funny, but I just don't buy the same guy does that.
Yeah. No, they definitely play into it more into. It's the main
way it
reason
watches is that they ran out of steam with the gag. Because the gag is he literalizes everything, and that's his culture, and they don't understand sarcasm. And it's like we just forgot about that in the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's fair.
I like that Thanos just stands here watching, or sits here just watching idiots argue with each other.
I read the other day that apparently this scene happens because Gunn was like, okay, I have to put Thanos in this movie, but now my main villain looks like a loser because he's just like here being like petulant. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna have him kill the guy from Avengers because like he needs to do something that makes it seem like he's not a complete loser.
Although I guess it's nice that Thanos spells out the whole point of Ronin. I like that it's Thanos who says you're a pouty child.
No, I like his Thanos. I like that he just goes boy constantly,
and when he says your politics bore me.
Yeah, I also think visually I like him here more than I like him in Infinity War and Endgame. Specifically, like how much more purple he is compared to Infinity War and Endgame. I don't know if you have that. Like,
well, and if we had, no, I do.
Oh,
And
okay, yeah.
and then we get my favorite Thanos shot that makes me cry when he's not this character later, because that is Starlin Thanos there. And I just, like, I know people don't agree with me on this. It's fine. We don't have to get into it here again. But like, if you're gonna try to get him to a more sort of humanized place, I wish we could have built to it and had more of a sense that there was that was there in the first place, because that's just sadistic Thanos, man. And like, I don't know why he is so like smiley and calculated and like enjoying himself, because he doesn't really have that as much later on, when he treats it much more like a necessary evil in trying to make the universe a better place, by just eliminating, excess resources.
Well, we definitely lose the smiling thing, which is unfortunate. And he doesn't look as good without the helmet.
I'm with you. And I thought that was such a bizarre idea, and then I've gotten really used to it since he's not wearing it through most of that. When we go back to this and he's got the helmet again, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember back when Thanos looked like Thanos? Like,
remember when Thanos wasn't just an ad for male pattern baldness? I remember.
Did you ever... That's my favorite Rocket look.
Yeah, it's so good.
Did you ever... sorry, did you have what I did with Thanos? Where... Because there was a article that came out before Infinity War that said, or before Endgame, or was it... No, it's Infinity War that he takes his helmet off and he's got it through the whole movie, right?
Yeah.
And there was I think we read in an article before we even saw previews for that he wasn't going to have the helmet. And I remember thinking, I mean, I guess he is wearing a helmet. Like, I've never seen Thanos without a helmet. It's sort of like, I keep going to Power Rangers. It's sort of like Goldar and Power Rangers, where, like, it never occurred to me he's wearing armor. I kind of thought maybe he was born that way. Like, that's just what Thanos looks like. That's just what Goldar looks like.
I'd have to go back to the ending of Infinity Gauntlet and the beginning of Infinity War to see if he takes the helmet off when he becomes the farmer. I don't remember.
Plushie DX, this does put a smile on my face. Yeah, now that you say that, I remember that line, but there's a different attitude about it. Like, yeah. The Russos, I think, are trying to make it match as well as they can, but it's just really clear to me, again, especially as a fan of Thanos from the comics, that you've got just two totally different...
Well, and I don't even know if it was so much a matching thing as much as they probably just looked at it like, well, he's in like two scenes. Like, there's not really anything we have to match. We have like a blank canvas.
And again, just attitude thing to me, because I know that character. Like, I wouldn't have this if I'd never read Thanos in anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure. Like, I would still have questions about why he's not more creative with the gauntlet, but anyway, now we're talking about this again.
Yeah, no, I think it's cool that he was forced to include Thanos in this, and he's as good as he is in it, even though he's only in like two scenes.
Well, I'm perplexed by
very
why
memorable.
He was... So I got a big question. I'm perplexed as to why he was forced to do it here, but not in the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. And that was the complaint I heard a lot when 2 came out was, it doesn't further the Infinity stuff. And I'm like, no, we made like a character focused thing. Like, I'm glad that...
No, I didn't need it to, and I'm glad it didn't. But at the same time, for the sake of Thanos' larger story, I don't really get why you wouldn't keep checking back in with him in anything but after credit scenes.
Well, and now because Marvel did it with this film, there is that awkward bit where... So I've always said that these movies are the most like easy to separate from the MCU, and they'll probably be remembered better for that in the future. And obviously, like, there's stuff now with like Gamora and whatnot with 3, but like for people that just watch these movies and don't care about anything else, there is like an added awkwardness with Thanos in this, because it just doesn't get wrapped up if you don't care about anything else.
Yeah. Well, okay, I guess there's this scary guy in the background.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's the Emperor. Like,
that's exactly what I was about to say.
One?
It'd be like if you watched Empire without the rest of it. Mm-hmm. But like the Emperor doesn't show up in the first movie.
Or it would be like if the Emperor never showed up in Revenge of the Sith, and there was a line about how he's dead.
So I wanted to mention this earlier,
Return of
and
the
we got
Jedi,
into
not
a
Revenge of
different
the Sith.
conversation. But you know what I never noticed before?
Mhm.
They've got that. Star-Lord's got his big speech later about how they're all losers because they've lost stuff, right? And Rocket is the the potential holdout, it seems like, and then at the end he finally stands up, and we've got that funny moment. His first line is "What a bunch of losers."
Yeah. Well, and I think that plays into what I was saying earlier about the bad guys, where like they all want to take the world and make it what they want it, like to shape it. And these are all characters who've been screwed over by the world, and they have to come together and kind of find their own family within that. And I think that's like an interesting parallel, to the villains.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And I like that there's a big distinction made between like sad, pathetic losers and people who have gotten the short end of the straw, and that the the powerful like elites of the world have made it difficult for them to even get by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then
like they're basically homeless people that like that can't get a break.
Yeah. Well, and then this takes up the
through no fault of their own. I mean, like they make mistakes certainly, but like by and large they're in the places they're in because of things that were out of their control. Am I right about that? That like each of them it's kind of out of their control?
Yeah, no, because they all have their kind of trauma that they were dealt with, where they're not exactly where they want to be, but they've had kind of rough upbringings and whatnot.
And like that's the desperation that often turns people into criminals. So like yes, people should be held accountable for their actions, but you also have to understand why people get to where they do, and like see if all things were equal, and if they had a choice, if they like maybe you have a choice, but like if there was anything else they could do to make sure that they could survive. And it's less that way for certain characters over other characters, but that's certainly the case for Rocket. It's the case to some degree for Star-Lord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And Gamora, she was kidnapped as a child, and Drax lost his family, and then Groot's just Groot. But
yeah.
Groot is just the Superman of this team. He's like the only good one.
Yeah, well, Groot is essentially the Iron Giant, voiced by the same actor.
Yeah, exactly. So whenever I think, okay, Gunn's doing Superman, the first thing that comes to my mind that like pops up every time is that shot of Groot where he grows the flower out of his hand for the little girl. And I'm like, that's like the type of stuff I'm like Gunn's going to deliver on for Superman that we haven't gotten in a long time.
Yeah, where he's basically, I was going to say perfectly altruistic. I mean, he does kill people. Groot will pick up somebody and do the whole thing and kill them.
And he'd be so happy about it. It's so wholesome. That's true. My favorite Rocket line. The they bundled up my pants in a ball. That's rude. They folded yours.
Yeah. So would I be right in saying that Rocket is easily your favorite character in these?
Probably. I don't dislike any of the Guardians. Like, it's hard for me to rank them.
I gotta say,
he's the most quotable.
I used to think that Gamora was really kind of the odd one out, and like she was just okay. And I didn't like Saldana's take on her over the comics, because I felt like everybody else found a really good balance in bringing their own thing to it, but still playing the character more or less that was in the comics. Like Drax is probably the most changed.
Well, Drax is weird because Drax is like a combination of the look that he has here, where like in the comics where he's like the warrior guy, but also like Infinity Gauntlet Drax, where like Infinity Gauntlet Drax is like way stupider than Drax is even in the second movie.
Yeah. No, that's true.
He's like a weird hybrid of the two, and I find that kind of interesting.
Well, that's the one that thinks that he's invisible, right?
Yeah.
That's what you've taken it way too far. It's funny, but I'm like, how do you think that? That's so weird. But real quick, the point I was going to make is I have gotten over that with Gamora.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel that way about it anymore. I don't see exactly the character that was in the comics, although I think maybe more so now just because we've had more movies and we've gotten her closer to that, maybe especially with her relationship with Nebula. I think that has really helped me find that character in her. But and I've talked about this a lot, but like I also have just come around on Saldana as an actress, and it took a long time. I used to just straight up not really like her performances, and Endgame really won me over on that. And retroactively, I like her better in everything since then. I had a click with her. I thought, like, this is hyperbolic, and I know I've said this, I thought her performance in Endgame was, like, nigh Oscar-worthy. Like, I think she freaking kills in that. Sorry, what?
I said Infinity War.
Is it Infinity War?
Yep.
I'm rusty. It's been a while.
No, it's okay.
The one where she died. Oh, yeah, Infinity War, because it's Black Widow in Endgame. That's right. I think that's nigh Oscar worthy. I think she's amazing.
She's probably the best actor in that movie. Like, gives the best performance. She wins
Hemsworth
me over.
Is up there too, and I don't.
Who is, sorry?
I said, and Hemsworth is up there too, and I don't love him usually.
Hemsworth's good, but I don't think he gets the material that she does.
No, certainly.
But no, he's really good. I mean, that's his best movie with these. But she wins me over in 2 because I had the same thing where I was like, she's easily the weakest one, and then she gets better material in 2, and I like her better in this film because of that.
So did you know about the thing where apparently Chris Pratt almost didn't get the role because he messed up his screen test?
Yeah, well, so that just came out, I guess, recently.
Yeah, I just read about that yesterday.
I did know that Gunn wanted Glenn Howerton, which is fascinating, and I don't know what that would look like. But
I don't even know who that is right off.
He's one of the main guys in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's like I can't imagine it. But
which is interesting because that means that he was looking at 2 sitcom guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Marvel was like, "Hey, you should audition Chris Pratt," and Gunn was like, "No, I don't want to do that." And then, and then he did, and he was won over by him. But yeah, it's really interesting. But it makes sense that you would go to like a sitcom person because it's very like comedic driven.
Yeah, that's true.
And you want somebody that can deliver the jokes, and then you also hope that they can then act the drama.
Yeah, I just didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, apparently Gunn stopped him in the middle of his audition. Was like, you're failing this.
Yeah.
Whatever you're doing, stop.
He said he was putting on some kind of weird voice or something. He was like, you're doing something that's not you. He said, just be yourself. And you can really see that in his performance after that.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
Like that's what makes it genuine and endearing.
Mm-hmm.
He looks clueless in the right way, if that makes any sense at all. Where like it's not bad acting. I think Chris Pratt has to come into it and be like, okay, if I was just like if I was Tim Allen in Galaxy Quest and I was just picked up and thrown into space and having to deal with aliens, like how weirded out and unsure of myself would I be?
Yeah, well, and that's one thing that I really love about Gunn's take on this stuff is that he cuts all of the human characters from Earth. Like that's why we don't get a Richard Rider or anything like that, because Peter Quill's the one person, and it's supposed to make him feel more alone in that world. And I think that's a really good choice. And you're right. I think Chris Pratt really nails that.
Yeah, and I think he finds a really good middle ground where you have all these alien characters that are speaking, pretty much like people just talk contemporarily, mm-hmm. and it shouldn't work, but it does okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that helps it not to feel too foreign to us. Where, yeah, we have that Aizen character with our one human person, but you've got aliens out in space saying things like a-holes.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, absolutely.
your cheat for that is always Universal Translator. It's always whatever piece of technology is reading this for you is putting it in your colloquialisms.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's that.
As soon as I found, because somehow I knew about this before I went to the movie, I think. As soon as I found out that Nowhere was in this, I was like, oh, Gunn actually likes this material.
Yeah, and it's so cool that we're finally getting them on Nowhere, with the third one and the holiday special.
Yeah.
We talked about it in that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the only Guardian stuff I've really read, that's their base. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
used to them
exactly.
working out of it, because that's the Abnett and Landing run, which I reviewed years ago.
That
And
was my
because
first request.
Austin requested it before I was friends with Austin.
Not only is that my first request, but the first rewind you did after I became a patron, and so my name is read in the video, is your rewind for this movie.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Well, the way I did that was strange too, because usually I'd break it up, but I wanted to read all of it, and so I reviewed the whole run. And I actually recorded a follow-up. I forget what it is, but there's another book after
Thanos
it.
Initiative.
Say it again.
Thanos Initiative.
Yeah, and that resolves. This happens a lot with big runs. What was that, like 25?
25, yeah.
And then a book will get canceled, and then it'll get sometimes a miniseries to let the guy wrap up everything, and that's what Thanos Initiative was. And I recorded a video for that never got posted.
Yeah,
So,
because there's a part of that video where you're like, that video's coming up soon, and I was like, wow, I technically got 2 out of my request. That's crazy.
And I made it, but for whatever reason, I never got around to it. It's kind of sad, the percentage of things that's happened with me, which is one of the many reasons I do most things live now. Because if I'm broadcasting it, yeah, it's not being edited, and maybe I'm wasting your time, but at least you're going to get to see it. Because I would just get busy and forget I shot a thing, or it would just be, this isn't true for this, but like it would be time sensitive, and it wouldn't make sense to post it later. And
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I was super impressed with that because I just said, hey, could you look at Abnett Landing, Guardians of the Galaxy? Like, I don't know how many issues is appropriate to ask, so I'll just leave it up to you. Like, read however much you want to read. And you read the entire run, and I was like, oh, whoa.
Yeah, which was a monster to try to talk about altogether, because there's a lot of subplots.
Yeah.
It kind of runs off in different directions. It's not the most cohesive thing.
That book's like 80% event tie-ins.
Yeah.
Like, that is one of my favorite runs.
Which is
in all
just
of
the track
comics.
record for Guardians in general, because Bendis's run also has that.
Yeah. And it sucks because I feel like Guardians have like one good run. But I don't know.
I haven't looked at anything in the last 6 or 7 years, but I'm going to assume that's still true.
You know what my main issue with Guardians post Abnett Landing is the big thing I like about them is they went, hey, let's do the kind of original Avengers idea where you take all of these different characters cosmically that can't sell their own book and put them into a team, and like that'll be the team. And ever since then, it's been no one wants to read Guardians of the Galaxy, even though the movies are really big. Put Venom in the team, put Ghost Rider in the team, put Iron Man on the team.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, guys, like, you need to go to the characters that don't, like, can't sell their own book. Like, you need characters like this.
Well, does that ever really work? Where, like, maybe for an issue or two, but you take, like, a huge character and you just shove them into something so that people will read it because their book sells? Like, how often has that worked with Wolverine? You just put him in somebody else's book.
Yeah. And because Bendis wrote it, Star-Lord dated Kitty Pryde, because of course.
Because of course.
Yeah.
Venom was with them for a weird long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say that made some kind of sense, because at least the symbiote comes from space, and it let them, even though they retconned a lot of things, it let them explore the Clentar and the symbiote planet and all of that. But it was weird when Iron Man was there for as long as he was.
Yeah, and the Punisher is Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
And I think not Hela, Angela was on that team for a while.
Angela's introduced there.
Yeah, I knew she was introduced there, but I think she's on that team for a while.
She's on Bendis's team for a while. And it's weird because she's connected to Thor mythology, which was already a strange choice with Angela, but... And I like Marvel Angela quite a bit. I was collecting that for a while, but I still think it's kind of strange. And her introduction is so weird because it's played like maybe she came from the Image universe. If Image was a universe, like from the Spawn universe, but they don't have the rights to anything with Spawn, so they're not going to actually talk about any of that. But like she comes out of sort of an interdimensional vortex or something, and I'm like, that's really neat. And then there's this extra realm we didn't know about.
With the Image realm,
the 10 realm, yeah, but the Image realm is
like the
heaven.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really she should have Rocket Raccoon earrings instead of Spawn.
So is it? This is a couple scenes ago now, but it's really odd going back and hearing Star-Lord tell the story about Kevin Bacon, knowing now that later they're going to go and find the
they're
actual
going to meet Kevin Bacon.
Yep. He was a great hero named Kevin Bacon.
I love his delivery of that, where he's like, there was a great hero named Kevin Bacon.
Well, I always
he's just like trying to get through it.
I always thought the choice on Chris Pratt's part was, I'm going to read this line as if my character is trying to remember the character name and can't.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kevin. So I'm going to say Kevin Bacon. Okay, is there another version of this movie or another story that you could have told, Austin, like parallel to this, where the Collector is your main villain? Because I'm not going to say that that's what should have been done, but I think the Collector might have been known as one of, if not the MCU's best villains, if only he was the main villain in this. Because he's immediately more like quirky and odd, and what people might have been looking for in Ronin when they thought that he wasn't a compelling villain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You could have maybe done something where they have to break into his vault, like that's maybe what the plot is, instead of the Infinity Stone MacGuffin, or maybe like they're breaking in for the Infinity Stone.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he'd have enough legs to carry the whole movie, and it would be much harder to do like a War with Nova plot and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't even really a criticism so much as I'm just wondering if that had been done.
If that could have been done, yeah.
If it had been done, would that have won people over that weren't impressed with the villain?
Well, you know what it is? It's what if T'Challa was Star-Lord?
Oh no, I forgot about that.
And his fault is, of course, one of those like look around the screen and to like find all the Easter egg things too.
He is unequivocally scarier than Ronin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And he's like only good in this scene because I think he's really weird in Infinity War and kind of has forgotten this performance.
Yeah,
and I just remember I haven't watched it.
It gets to a bit of a self-parody place with him.
Yeah, especially when he's like in the glass going magnificent.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah, then he's just a joke. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just remember his scene in Thor being just weird, just confusing. But I haven't seen it in a long time.
And you could have done maybe a cool parallel thing, a cool mirror thing, if he was the main villain, with him and Star-Lord, because Peter Quill, in his own way, is sort of a collector.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I want to see him fight Yondu because Yondu collects all of his little knicknacks.
Exactly, and you could have that in there too. And it would be interesting to do something with like the idea of why people gather stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like sentiment and nostalgia versus power,
Absolutely.
or versus just collecting things that would give you power if you would actually use them. But the like, you could talk about the uselessness of collecting, or whether it is useless, where he just has to have things to have them and be impressive and build his museum that nobody ever looks at. And then on the other end, you could have somebody like Star-Lord who has things because they have sentimental value, but do they really serve any other purpose beyond that? And then you could discuss, whether these things are worthwhile. You could tell a whole story about hoarding.
I was just thinking while you were saying that too. I want to see him meet High Evolutionary, where you have like one person that wants to just collect things, and then another person that wants to like grab things and like rework them. Like I want to see that conversation.
Yeah. When we saw Cosmo there, I didn't expect that he'd ever be a major character in these.
So I've been complaining about that since too, where like I like his Easter egg cameo here, but I've always been like, can Cosmo have more to do, please? Like, Gunn, that seems like the type of thing you would want to do.
Yeah.
Russian telepathic dog. I'm so happy we're finally at that with Cosmo, because I love Cosmo.
The sense I get is that he just had too many characters to juggle, and he was like, he probably has a whole board of things he wants to do, and he's like, I can't work this in and give these characters their due.
Yeah, but it's like Adam Warlock, where it's like, yeah, I wish he was here from the start. I can't really complain because I think these movies are good, and they'd be weaker, I think, if he tried to shove him in. But like, there's that part, like geeky part of me that's like, it would have been nice if we had him. But I'm glad that we're at least getting it.
I have an obligatory Star Trek reference I have to make real quick, and say that the Collector is almost exactly a villain in an episode of TNG called The Most Toys, who gets his hands on data and puts data in his collection, and his name is Kivas Fajo. What a weird name for a character.
That is weird, yeah. But did that character have the worms from Slither? I don't think so.
No, he might have had some kind of worm. It'd be funny though if he had the telepathic worms or eels from Conspiracy from season 1 though. It'd be funny if he just had that laying around. Oh yeah, we always thought they were going to come back in an episode, and they just came back The Most Toys. And there's a Collector bad guy in a Firefly episode.
I don't remember that one offhand.
Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, it's really good. Who's got like the doomsday weapon or whatever it is.
Oh, I think maybe I remember that. Yeah.
That just came because we were comparing this to Firefly earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
which
there's
I think was
definitely
probably
Firefly in this.
The most obvious comparison to make with
I was going to mention earlier the part where they're fighting over the orb at the beginning on Xandar. There's that part where Gamora jumps down and her pose is just the poster of Serenity.
Yes, I've always thought that. Don't you think there's also an alternate universe where Whedon was brought in to make this instead of Avengers? Like somebody else makes Avengers, and it is still successful, and they're putting things in development. And they go to Whedon, they're like, you want to make this thing that's kind of like Firefly once removed? And he's like, okay. And then he makes this. I could see that.
I could see that. I could see that, absolutely.
What if, let's do the what if thing. What if the roles were reversed? What if Gunn was brought in to make Avengers?
I was going to say, would Gunn do Avengers?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he would even do Avengers.
I don't know what Gunn's Avenger. Yeah, but all things being equal, let's just say
I know.
He was hired and he did. What is that? Because he does he's good at team stuff.
Yeah. I feel like at the very least that first movie is very different.
Very different.
And it's got way more plot than the first movie actually does. Oh, I'm trying to think of like what his Age of Ultron looks like. What does Gunn's Age of Ultron look like?
I don't know what gun doing AI villain looks like. Like
Yeah.
I'm not sure what his angle would be on that.
I think the big thing, obviously, just looking at these, is it's structured better than Age of Ultron is. Like it doesn't feel as bloated. Um,
Yeah, like he
yeah,
gravitates toward outcast characters, misfit characters, which is probably where he'll be able to find his sensibility in Superman. I had not had that thought until just now.
yeah,
Where it's like, oh, guy thrown from his planet and is not like anyone else and feels like an outcast. Okay, Gunn knows what to do with that.
yeah. Well, and the big thing too is the gun's from Missouri, so he's going to bring that kind of Midwest feel to it.
Well, that's good, because that means that he will have actually been to my state.
Well, because that's with Star-Lord, because comic book Star-Lord's not from Missouri, but Gunn changed it to where he's from. His Superman will definitely have that.
Well, and Chris Pratt is from the Midwest too.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I don't remember where exactly, but I'm pretty sure he's Midwestern.
Yeah.
Also, I wouldn't need anybody to confirm that. I can just tell.
Watch, it's gonna turn out he's from Australia.
No, he's not. He's not from Australia.
No, of course he's not. Well, and then of course another big thing his Superman will have is the dad stuff. Like it will be very focused on Superman's relationship with both of his dads.
Hayden Spring says, I thought Gunn was from Chicago. Maybe I'm insane. Well, Chicago technically is the Midwest, even though it's not. Like Illinois is Midwest, but then it's sort of like Metropolis or Gotham City, where you have the city that does not seem remotely like the area surrounding it. So when you think Chicago, you don't think Midwest, but it's in Illinois.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just because it's like another big kind of metropolitan city, so it kind of gets lumped in with like your New Yorks and whatnot.
Especially Detroit and stuff, because you know, I think Chicago's kind of known for violence and stuff. Well, of course,
it's known for crime.
The mobs in the 20s and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, even if it's not now, that's the type of thing that you get a reputation for and it never shakes, right?
But if you grew up in a suburb or in a small town like an hour out or something, he's had certainly the Midwestern experience.
Mm. No, I remember the other day I heard him talking about the kind of alien angle of like the kid from the Midwest being like going to the big town and how he relates to that, because he was like a Missouri kid that went to trauma and is now the head of DC.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we've ever talked about this, Cap, but I think it's really interesting that he runs DC like a trauma production, in that when you're doing trauma, the big thing is you don't have a ton of money, so do as much yourself as you can. And he's very much doing that with DC so far, where like he's writing and directing their first movies, writing a show for them. He's like doing a ton of just, like hyping things on his own, you know.
And a lot of that's just him doing what he knows.
Exactly.
Before it's being economical, because I think he probably took that job. Sorry, I got to stop everything for a second and just say, this is a gorgeous looking scene.
Except for his face.
Okay, that's fair, but I guess what I was responding to more was from a couple minutes ago, but I didn't end up saying it because we were talking about something else. But
that face
her
is like,
floating out in space is just a jaw-dropping image. Yeah. And this movie, it's so sad to say this movie looks so much better thinking about what the last 3 or 4 MCU movies have looked like. Like, I'm going back to 2014 and saying and thinking, well, there's nothing dated here. It looks better than what they're putting out right now.
Yeah, no, there's a few shots in this movie that I think are a little dated. The big one is that face shot. But for the most part, this movie looks really good. And gun movies in general have really good CGI.
It's just really well integrated, and like clearly all the design work is thought way out ahead of time, and
Mhm. Yeah, no one's just wearing a mocap suit in this, and we'll CGI their costume onto them later.
But what I was going to say about Gunn, I bet getting that job for him was contingent on I still get to be a creator first.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I guarantee that's why they gave him a producer to like co-run it. This is the scene, by the way, where Jack says that he puts on that serious thing as a front. Because that's kind of what you want, though, is like, yeah, Feige does a good job as a producer for the most part, and is kind of stretched thin now. But it is also nice to have an actual storyteller working with him.
Do you think the problem, or one of the big problems with MCU, is that as they've gotten stretched more thin and making so many movies, they're like, as they've gotten a little bit more like a comic studio, they're not running it enough like a comic studio? Like, should Marvel have offices for characters and teams the way the books do? I wonder about that.
Yeah, no, I've had that exact thought too. They absolutely should. Well, I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when there was talks that Gunn would just be the head of like the cosmic side, where they
Yeah.
would almost
Well, that's what they should have done. Like, yeah, Feige can oversee everything, but then
you should have like little
that,
people that are doing everything. Like this person's doing the shows, this person's doing, like I don't know, the like Captain America, Iron Man stuff. This person's doing cosmic, like.
Well, maybe the reason they didn't splinter it like that is they were worried about having another Perlmutter situation.
Yeah, no, that's true too. That is true too.
I am Groot. I am not a gun.
You're making me beat up grass. So
I want to put that and Patrick Stewart side by side in a video now. You mother effers are killing all my lilies.
You just have Patrick Stewart come out to yell at him. So I think until like recently I'd never heard Bradley Cooper ever talk about these movies. I was like, has he ever spoken out loud about being in these?
Has he ever seen them? Does he show up in a booth for 4 hours and that's it?
And then like a month or two ago, I saw an interview with him on like some talk show, and they brought up Rocket Raccoon, and he was explaining what his voice is, and he was like, "Yeah, it's a mix of this person and Gilbert Godfrey," and I was like, "Gilbert Godfrey, what?" But now I can't unhear it. Like when
well, he's not yelling all the time.
But when he yells, I'm like, "There's the Gilbert Godfrey."
So if they ever make a third version of Aladdin, they get him to come in for Iago, right?
If Iago's even in it.
Robert, genuine question. How involved do you think Vin Diesel is with these movies after this one? I never hear him talk about these. I mean, he doesn't get a lot of...
See, I've heard him talk about these movies a lot.
Oh, have you? Okay.
I have the opposite. Well, do you remember when he was hyping up?
Well, I was going to say he gets less screen time, but that's probably not true.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that lines up.
Because the worry was that Baby Groot was going to be way too front and center, and I mean, basically that we would have what is now the Baby Yoda situation.
Yep.
But, and I don't hate Baby Yoda or anything, but like they've milked that for all it's worth. And certainly with the merchandising, they did that with Baby Yoda, with Baby Groot. But they were the movie's real tactful about it. But he still gets plenty to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. No, and it plays into what Gunn's doing. Like, it doesn't feel like a studio mandate.
Hayden Spring,
it also helps that he becomes a baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, what was it?
So it also helps that he's a baby at the end of this movie. So like it helps just feel like a natural continuation.
Yeah, except I can't be alone. I couldn't have been alone in not really expecting him to still be a baby by that movie.
No, I agree, but I mean, like, once we already found that out, like, yeah. I think it plays. Like, you could have done it anyway. Like, he could have just been regular sized Groot in the next movie. It's also sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I like Yondu's arc a lot in the second movie, but I think it does border on sappy and hammy by the end. because he just doesn't really feel like the same character overall to me that he is here. And I think there's a little bit of light retconning happening with his backstory with Peter Quill. And some of that's just Rooker, like, he doesn't know where they're going to take it, so he's playing this a great deal gruffer than he probably would have if he'd known that angle was in his character.
So, it's weird because he is definitely gruffer in this film, but I do think that there are, like, the little moments that show that Guardians 2 Yondu is there. I think the main thing with 2 is that we get him away from this so quickly because he's taken out in the first act. So he's in a very different place.
No, you're right. There's lines in this about how he's, like, too soft on Peter and all of that.
Yeah, well, in his first scene, you get basically the taser face argument where they're like, you're too soft on this guy. You let him walk all over you.
And you get kind of... I think that's there in the script more than it is in the performance. Like, it's clear that Gunn was on his way to some of that, but I also think he takes it further than maybe he had really intended it to. And
when Rooker smiles there, I don't think he has any intention to actually kill Peter Quill in that scene. Like, when he turns around, he's not facing him anymore. And that's the sense that I get. But he's definitely more antagonistic in this film.
Yeah. That's my biggest reservation with 3, is just that I think what sappiness is there in 2, I'm afraid is going to take over too much with that movie. That it's just going to drip a little bit too much with the, like, bittersweetness of, oh, it's the last one, and it's so sad that everyone's going away, and I'm afraid that's going to get in the way.
I think Gunn does a really good job with not feeling sappy, so I'm not too concerned with that. And there's
I just don't agree with that, but I mean,
no, that's fair.
By the third act with that second movie, and it's, I don't know, I'm frustrated because I like a lot of stuff about that, but I think it's I don't know, I think it goes a step too far just tonally with that, and to be perfectly honest with you, have not been super impressed with the advertising for 3. Like, I think that they're selling it that way on purpose, and that might be the way to get general audiences into the theater. But if the movie that it looks like it is, obviously we're dating this, but if the movie that they're selling is ultimately exactly the movie that's in the theater, I'm not going to like it as much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. I think, there's the big line in the trailer where he's like, we'll all fly away together. They released a clip with Rocket where it was like, it put that scene in context, and I was like, okay, that's not like the kind of sappy place that I thought from the trailer. So, but we'll see when we get to the movie.
Yeah, obviously I don't want to judge it before I've seen it, but I have that reservation because I've already seen inklings of it in the work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, and like I said, I don't find 2 sappy, but I feel like 2 is sappy on paper in places, and it just doesn't play that way for me. I don't know.
So I don't know if this is true, but I would imagine that this was probably a big screen test scene.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The only screen test I've seen for this is with Chris Pratt and Batista, and it's the scene where he's doing the, like, neck thing.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if this was, like, a screen test thing for Star-Lord.
Well, and that's their introduction together, so, like, it's more fair to actors when you're in an origin thing like this to have them test with a scene where they're not supposed to pretend like they've known each other forever. Like, that's easier to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you already have listened to it, and I don't want to know anything yet, but I'm excited to find out what the score for 3 is like, because what the popular song choices are, because I was really hoping after the Zune thing in 2 that there was a chance that we would get away from 70s and 80s, as much as I love that period of rock, and just jump around more. And like, I don't think that third movie is going to be all 90s stuff. I would assume that it's going to be kind of all over the place. And from real early on, I was hoping that eventually we could get these to that.
Gunn did say that when 2 came out, where he was like, that was part of his reasoning for doing the Zune thing.
Then he's not stuck in an era.
Yeah, he was like, the Zune thing gives me a chance to it can go up to 2014 because that's when the movie takes place. Which is why you get like Smashing Pumpkins in the holiday special.
Yeah, and it also, well, and that's cool because that gives us kind of clues as to what kinds of music and eras and things that he could go to. And I mean, it's funny how much Christmas music happens to be on that Zune, but okay.
I know,
although
right?
some of it isn't the Zune, they go to Earth. So I mean, there are songs that are just here.
Yeah, but to be fair, it can fit 300 songs, so like you can put some Christmas songs.
Well, sure, but are there gonna be 15 out of 3,000?
I hope the Gunn just releases like a full master list of here's all 300.
Here are 300. Here's all the songs I've decided were on this Zune. There's also the possibility, because Mantis and Drax raid a Christmas store and bring everything that's in that store with them, and practically, I don't understand how they get it all on the ship without the police showing up, but whatever. There's also the possibility that they brought more music back with them. It might not just be the Zune now.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be really easy to contrive that and just say, yeah, they also knocked over a music store. Or
well, they went to Earth in Infinity War, and like Rocket was clearly going back and forth.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so they've had access to our culture ever since
Rocket and Nebula have been Avengers longer than they have Guardians. It's really weird.
But I guess the point I'm making at this point is maybe Gunn is even overthinking it when he says, well, we can go up to 2014. You can actually go past that now if you really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it would be really easy to contrive. We got music from later.
Well, and to be fair, he said that when 2 came out.
Okay.
So, like,
you could even have music that doesn't exist yet, because I'm not actually sure what year it's supposed to be anymore.
We've almost caught up.
Are they still a year ahead of us? I don't even know.
Yeah, they're 2025. No, I don't know.
It's nobody. You can't know.
We need to buy that timeline book.
Oh, is there a timeline book?
Yeah, they just released it like a few months ago.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't know that. That's great. But what I was going to say with the soundtrack is it's obviously supposed to be very indicative of Peter's personality and relationship with his mom, and give you a sense of like what makes him who he is. It defines him to some degree, and we get that with both of those movies. But with the second one, we start to creep, even though it's from his mixtapes, we start to creep into the territory a little bit of that music informing other characters, because you see characters listening to the stuff they really like from that. And then 3, we can go full tilt, where it doesn't have to be about Star-Lord at all anymore, or not just him as much.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember if it was before we started streaming or after, but with each of these movies, I've listened to the soundtrack before I saw the movie, and with 2, I teared up a little bit when I got to My Sweet Lord, because just basing that song off of the idea that it was like a dying woman giving this to her son, it's so sad. And like, she calls him my little Star-Lord, and that song is, my sweet Lord, I really want to know you. I really want to show you, but it takes too long. Like, that's so sad.
Well, I've talked about this somewhat recently because I did that rewind last year on that second movie, but I did a breakdown on, and I don't know how much of that I'm never going to remember right now, but I did a breakdown on each of those songs, and gave a analysis of how I thought they worked thematically in the movie. And I've heard a lot of criticism about that movie, that the songs are picked a lot more arbitrarily than
that
this
was a
movie.
big criticism I heard, and
it's just not true, but it's more subtle. Like, I don't think on a first viewing you would understand why every song is there, and a lot of those songs, or at least I don't know, Austin, two to three to four of them, you couldn't begin to understand the point of them until you saw more of the movie because they're foreshadowing things quite a bit.
No, so that was the big criticism that I heard when the second film came out, that, oh, we kind of just dropped the whole thematic element and we're just picking songs because that's what people remember. But I think the soundtrack in 2 is way more thematic than this one is. And that's like not a detriment to this film. It's,
no, but it's a little more surface here than it is there. Like, there's a lot more
Exactly.
subtextual stuff. Like what I like about it is that it's more subtle and you wouldn't understand it right away. Like, you've just gotta, you let the movie wash over you the first time, and the second time around, that's when you start really analyzing it, because you gotta know what's coming later.
Yeah, this film does not have a brandy. Like, that alone is way more thematically relevant to the film than any of the songs here.
And Ego himself, in a scene, will break that down and explain the point of it, but it's also foreshadowing. Like, when you get at the beginning, you're not going to know why it's there. And then...
Well,
and
Ego's also wrong
it's the
about
crux
his breakdown of it.
The whole point of the whole movie. I'm sorry, what?
So Ego's also wrong about his breakdown of it. Like, there's like a whole thing with that.
Oh, no, of course.
It's really cool. And like the chain, obviously. And the chain gets played twice and it's for different reasons.
Yes. Yeah.
It's really good. This one, there's certain songs like, oh, the escape is there because they're escaping.
Yes.
Like, that's kind of it.
It's kind of just narrating the scene a little bit.
Yeah.
Robert says Ego literally analyzes the song Brandy. Yeah, and I was gonna say that, like, I get that it's not an accurate analysis. Like, even that, you don't fully understand the point of it until the big reveal at the end. Like, it's almost a triple entendre or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I mean by like that specifically, because Ego stops and analyzes it, but there's like way more to discuss about that because he's not correct about it. So like, there's so much more to discuss about it. It's really cool. I think both of these movies have really good soundtracks. I think 2 is slightly better, but this one has the best song out of both, which is "Come and Get Your Love." I don't know, Cap, what is your favorite and least favorite song from each movie?
Oh boy, I'd have to look at a list, man.
Okay.
I'd
This
have
one,
to be
then,
staring
since
at it.
we're watching.
Say again.
Said, what about this one so far?
I think least favorite is Cherry Bomb. I've always hated that song. I just don't like it.
I'm hit or miss. Sometimes I'm like, yeah. Other times you skip it.
And favorite, I'm gonna say for this movie is "Come and Get Your Love," just because it's just kind of genius for an opening song.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
And again, the surface level, sort of describing what's happening in the movie, it works in a really clever way, because it's like he's trying to get this artifact as "Come and Get Your Love," and it's not actually gonna ultimately bring him happiness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like a little bit more from like a subtext point of view where we kind of like walked out on his mom and stuff. So it's that kind of "come and get your love" thing.
No, but
yeah,
I'm thinking about it from his perspective in scene.
Oh no, of course. Like in the scene, it's come and get your MacGuffin.
It's very surface when you're thinking about it, like what is going through his head as he's listening to that song.
Yeah. Also,
and this movie is brilliant at keeping you in your protagonist's head. And that's the thing I really like about it.
Yeah, definitely.
And I was going to say a minute ago with Sarah Finowitz, I really appreciate how minor characters are infused with as much humanity and are as three-dimensional as they are. When he says "prove me wrong," like all of a sudden that character comes alive. He's a reasonable human being. Like, before he just didn't like Star-Lord, looked like he could even go to like an almost petty vendetta kind of place, and like he's giving him a chance. Like, that's wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he and Rocket get like a little bonding moment later on when he dies. Yeah, that's not exactly a bonding moment.
And I think the chain is maybe my favorite choice in the second movie.
It's really good. Yeah. I'm conflicted. It's for
But
me.
we'll see if something else hits me when we get to that. And then worst, I'm going to have to just watch the movie with you again because I remember kind of liking all the choices with that. I think this ends up sounding like more of a cohesive album if you when you play it all together and you try not to think of it as a compilation album. Like if it was written to be an album, I think it has more of a sound than that second one. But I think
Yeah,
all
I
the
can see that.
individual choices are more interesting ultimately.
Yeah, I think this one, when you put it that way, I think this one overall has the most consistent sound.
I mean, a lot of people have called it the best compilation album of all time. I think it's really up there.
Wasn't it like the highest selling album of that year?
Yeah. Yeah, and it broke. I think it broke some all-time records.
Yeah. Well, and Gunn had to fight for it too, where
Yeah.
Marvel was like, "No, like you're not doing this," and like it is more expensive if you write a movie with songs in mind because if they find out, they'll charge you more. But like, I don't know, it worked out really well. I mean, there's no Guardians thing since that gets away from the music element. And
Have I?
everything's way more surface level, like just radio hits than these movies are.
Yeah.
But
Did I ever mention to you that I met Michael Rooker at a con once?
no, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I saw Michael Rooker and I watched him explain to a lady how the
How the arrow works?
how the arrow works. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And it was wild. It was just after they'd shot two. So, of course, he was super hush-hush and couldn't say anything about it. But he was talking about how much more screen time he was going to get.
That's awesome. Yeah.
He was like, oh, yeah, I kind of matter more in that movie.
Yeah, Michael Rooker's cool.
He was really nice and really fun to talk to, and I don't know. I probably talked to him 5 minutes one-on-one. He didn't have a super long line, and he was taking his time with people. And I talked to him about Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, because that movie screwed me up when I finally watched it, and he talked to me about how difficult that was to film.
Mhm. Yeah, I get the sense that Michael Rooker is just like a very down to earth guy.
He
It'd
is.
be really cool to talk to.
That was my experience with him.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Absolutely.
I honestly, until just this moment, I kind of had forgotten that I'd met him, and I was like, oh, I should probably tell Austin about that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Ben Script Super is a name I don't recognize, and he says he worked with Rooker on a project,
Oh wow,
and
that's
says
that's
that he's a
awesome.
stand-up guy. What kind of thing was it? Can you tell us?
Mhm. He can't tell us because it's spoilers for 3.
Yeah. Well, and his name has script in it. Are you a writer or? I'd love to know what you do.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. He's the Who guy.
Oh, it'd be awesome if he showed up in a.
How? What was it
No,
like
if the
having
Who
your...
guy watched us, he'd be complaining that I didn't like the second Shazam.
I was about to say, like,
Maybe not. Maybe he would agree with me. I don't know.
Ben Script Super. What was it like having your face on Wonder Woman's body? Body.
Oh no. Who?
Who? I did it more like the professor from Futurama. It's like an old man.
As much as I don't really care for this movie, one thing I will get, not this movie.
It's like, whoa, where'd that come from?
I love this movie. One thing I will give Captain Marvel is it was kind of neat they brought him back.
Okay, so I was gonna bring this up to you, Cap. Is it weird though that we brought him and Ronan back for that movie, but not Endgame? When we go back to 2014 Thanos and he brings his whole army over. Is it weird like they're not in it?
I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
I didn't have that until I rewatched this last night. I
Ben
was like,
Script
"That's a weird
Super.
choice."
It is so cool that this guy works in the industry and is taking his time out to watch a couple of yahoos talk over Guardians of the Galaxy. He says, I'm a script supervisor. I do continuity stuff. He said it was a Bruce Willis movie with Rooker. And he said
That's
he came
awesome.
close to working on Guardians 3, but he worked on Ghosted, which I didn't even know about, but I saw an ad for that the other day. There's a I forget which streaming service it is, but there's a show
Like
called,
Apple?
is it Apple? Oh, it is Apple, because I had to get a I had to get a temporary subscription to Apple so that I could watch Tetris, because I reviewed that last week. But he said he worked on that because the pay was better.
I mean, hey, Disney isn't Disney for paying people.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Let me know, Ben Script Super, if you would ever be interested in doing an interview on the Captain Logan Show and chatting about the industry, because I love getting inside information from folks that actually work in the business that you can't get just looking at Wikipedia and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
third shot time. Here we go.
You took it just in time as Peter Serafinowicz was dying.
Oh, I always forget that he actually dies.
Yeah.
Wow, we got to take a moment.
That's one of those Rocket lines that, like, sticks out of my head, and I don't know why, but where he looks up and he goes, "Hang on, Sal!"
Oh, we just lost... Austin, we just lost the tick again.
Oh, he's gone.
Stop killing the tick!
And he's gone.
Or stop
Okay.
killing the tick shows.
When is Gunn gonna put a William Shatner track in one of his movies?
Oh man, that would be the mic drop. I would lose it in the theater. If I'm watching Guardians 3 and all of a sudden I hear and she's gone.
All the Guardians are walking together triumphantly at the end of the movie before it cuts to credits, and you just hear, "And he's taking me to the Twilight Zone." Feels like something else.
And it's gonna get me high.
When the bullet hits the bone. I had never heard that cover until a few weeks ago, and it might be my new favorite.
Oh, it's
really
amazing.
good.
Hayden Spring says he was the tick the whole time undercover. Yeah, and that would be a trick because the tick doesn't think he's wearing a costume.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be taking off his tick suit. He would be putting on a Peter Serafinowicz suit.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
So I'm going to ask, this is going to be convoluted. I'm going to ask you a question about myself because this is something I don't understand about me.
Okay.
Why does, and it doesn't happen a ton, but why do the few moments of slow motion and action scenes in movies like this one not bother me at all and feel appropriate, but they drive me nuts in most of the DCEU?
Okay, so I have two things with it. A, it's overused, and this just highlighted a moment where it almost like stopped for a full page spread type thing in a comic. And we don't use it normally outside of that. And B, the other big thing that DC goes to a lot is not just slow-mo, but like the speed ramping thing, where it goes really slow and then really fast, and then really slow and then really fast. And I find that more annoying than any slow-mo.
Well, and very often there's something about it with some of the DC movies that feels almost emotionally manipulative or something.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had a hard time articulating it because I used to think it was weird when people would complain about slow motion, and I have turned into that guy. Like, Vince and I had argument after argument about it after Watchmen. And ironically, I think for me, at this point, one of the biggest culprits for it is Snyder. But I loved the use of it in Watchmen. I thought it was the right move. And then BVS, it's obnoxious, and everything after that. And the Snyder Cut has the most egregious slow motion scenes in anything I've ever seen. Let's wait
Superman
10
screaming.
minutes watching Superman's death howl reverberate across the universe. Hayden Spring, that slow motion flash scene of the Snyder Cut with the car is awful. I agree. I think it's awful. And Robert says slow-mo is most effective when you literally need to slow it down so the audience can comprehend what is happening.
Yeah, that's the big thing with that exact moment.
That's the key there, yeah. But I don't know that that's always when Gunn is doing it. I think you're right. I think sometimes it is the full-page spread thing. But that's why I don't... Maybe he elongates it and does it a little bit too often for some people's taste in Watchmen. But the reason I don't mind it there is because when you get things like the comedian crashing into the window at the beginning, that's a huge moment in the comic, and I like slowing it down like that to get that page. And that's
I feel like that's
more
Robert's
gimmicky
saying.
than anything we're doing here, but I still respect it because I can tell what the purpose of it is. Sometimes it feels like stretching for time, even, like in Shazam 2, it's done so often, it almost feels like they didn't have enough material or something.
Oh, really? They do it in Shazam 2?
Name a DCEU movie that doesn't do it.
Yeah, it's true.
They all do it.
That's one of my big issues with Wonder Woman is it's just Snyder action, not done by Snyder.
I agree. And the thing is, in Wonder Woman, I like a lot of the action in that, but when they do the slow-mo, I think it's kind of egregious. But it's like 3 times worse than Aquaman.
I saw Aquaman once, so I don't remember stuff like that in it. But I did not like that movie at all, so I'm sure that was one of my issues.
Says, I love how absurd that Superman scene is. And my problem with it is, I don't think Snyder realizes how absurd it is.
Yeah, no, I don't think he does either. And if the movie was just like that, I would be more with it, but then it's not after that. Like, it's BVS is like that. Like, that's a choice BVS would do, and it would feel in line with that movie. And that's why I think it's the most interesting DC EU movies made. But the Snyder Cut after that's just boring.
I just watched Shazam again just before the second one, and I'm almost positive it does some of the slow-mo thing also. But it's funny because now that you say that, I'm actually not super confident about it, but I'm pretty sure it does. And then Ryder says, does Man of Steel? I think it does. Not the same... Not as bad as BVS.
Man of Steel is the most headache-inducing action, where it's just like really fast, like everything's flying around, the camera's shaking.
Yeah, I could almost use it compared to some of the shaky cam stuff. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. Now that you say that, I guess when I say DCEU, I mean everything after BVS or from BVS on. Mm-hmm. But I mean, obviously, Man of Steel is still DCU. I just wasn't thinking about it.
I mean, Man of Steel is a movie that's really slow and nothing happens, so it feels like it's in slow-mo.
So this is super cool. I got another message from Ben Script Super. He's been watching us since 2010.
Oh, wow. That's great.
He's not new. And
when he said earlier he would be down for your interview.
Yeah, and he just said that here, would talk on the show any day of the week. I will have you on, man. Let's set that up. Send me an email, would you? It's on the About page. Okay, how do you feel about the dance-off? It's a big point of contention.
So it maybe goes on like a little bit too long, that Ronan doesn't clue in that it's obviously a distraction. I don't mind. My main issue is after the dance-off. I think everything with the stone, while that's clearly what the movie's building to, I think it just kind of doesn't look great, and it's kind of a lame climax.
Yeah.
That's my main issue over the dance thing. Also, Ronan has the most human reaction where he goes, "What are you doing?"
No, that's pretty great. And see, I think Robert is onto something with this scene too. Yeah, you have to slow this down so you can tell what's happening.
Yeah. Also, the other thing is that Ronan's death looks really bad, so like that's part of why I don't really like this climax.
So I've always been in the camp that says that it does seem too retconny and retroactive, that it's not just they're all like being a family, teamwork, putting themselves together so that he can hold the stone. He was able to do that because he's part god.
No, it is the team thing.
But there's that line in 2 where it's like he was able to hold the stone because...
No. So they say it in this movie too. The thing that they're talking about is that he was able to hold it as long as he did.
Oh, you're right. They do say that at the end of this, don't they?
Because the whole thing is that everybody that's just a normal person grabs it and it immediately explodes, like the woman earlier. So the whole thing is like he still would have died here. It's just that he was able to hold it for as long as he did because
Yeah, I forgot because Glenn Close has a line about it.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. You're right. This doesn't look the best.
Yeah, it's just kind of awkward. And then they Care Bear stare him, and the way he dies looks really rough.
You know what, though? I'm going to give it a pass because it's all purple, and that's my favorite color.
Fair enough.
Is there any kind of pretentious thematic read, Austin, that we can give to the choice of the stone thematically for this plot being the purple one? Like, is there any regal anything?
Because Ronan wants to destroy Xandar. He's a giant purple people eater.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's deep.
And it ties into a song.
It would have been great if that was there. You know, after the conversation that you and I had
during this scene.
After the conversation we had before we started broadcasting, I really expected us to do a lot more song lyrics through this.
Yeah, Cap and I just couldn't stop quoting songs that have nothing to do with Guardians.
We just kept doing it.
So what did that look like for everybody else?
That's a really good question.
Just like a purple cloud for like 5 minutes, and then
they all thought they were looking at Galactus from Rise of the Silver Surfer.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh man, it's Stallone as Galactus," like what people thought with 2.
I've got one more question for Ben Script Super. If you were supposed to or almost worked on Guardians 3, I want to know if you've actually worked on any superhero movies.
Yeah.
I want to know if you've worked on anything that I have criticized and where you've been like, hey, that's not fair. That was me.
He worked on Brightburn and he was really upset with you.
Wow, I can't believe he's still watching me after that. That's amazing. Somebody in the Discord or on Patreon nominated that for the next show. And I don't want to do it.
Yeah, but the next person said my super ex-girlfriend, which is way worse than Brightburn. And it's not even debatable.
Ooh, I don't think they're... for me, they're not comparable. They're just bad in different ways, man.
No, they absolutely are, but my super ex-girlfriend's way worse.
So I don't know why, but I think one of, if not my favorite line deliveries from Yondu...
Is he's a jackass!
That guy was a jackass!
Yep.
I love Michael Rooker.
He's so good. Also, if I remember correctly, I can't remember what exactly the message is, but every code for the planets, where it has like the little code underneath, they're all translated into sentences that like make up a full, or like into words that make up a full sentence. And I want to say the one for this one references Ego as Peter Quill's dad. So like that was definitely something he was thinking of.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
Which is interesting because that was like a Fox character. Like they had to make a deal to get him.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Yeah, I didn't realize that either. So was it just that was such a cool, crazy, out there idea that like he had to do it. He had to fight to have that character in this. It wasn't even somebody that had the rights to.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But you know what's weird though is they traded Ego for Negasonic Teenage Warhead for Deadpool. What a weird trade.
Now that you say that, I guess I had heard that, but I forgot it was Ego that the trade happened for.
Yeah.
Because I remember there being something with Negasonic.
And I also don't understand why Fox owned him, because he first comes out in a Thor comic. And then I think
those packages are so strange.
Yeah, because then I think he's more of an FF character after that, but like it's weird because usually it goes to first appearance, but not always.
So you ever have a movie that you've seen a bazillion times, and then you suddenly notice an extra that you never did before, then your eyes just stay on that extra through the whole scene, and now the scene's different?
I had that because Glenn Close's assistant, I found out, is in the Suicide Squad, and she's a voice for Guardians 3, and now I can't like unsee her.
That's who I was saying. Like I never noticed her before. My eyes suddenly lashed on to that girl, and I was like, I never noticed her in this scene.
Yeah, and she's apparently a gun regular. I found that out yesterday.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And like, she's got a little presence there. I never noticed her before, and I was like, who is she? It's because her hair looked good. I was like, she's got really good hair. That's what it was. Okay, not the worst green screen in an MCU movie, but not the best either.
It's not that Winter Soldier one where they're
in the hangar.
Yeah.
The only one that's worse than that is the end of Black Panther.
Yeah.
The train scene in Black Panther, that is rough, man.
Oh yeah,
that is hard to look at. What we have not learned yet with the MCU is when you've got a CG background and a whole bunch of stuff going on behind it, don't do CW close-up heads.
You know what the worst part about that climax is, though, is they like recreate shots from other superhero movies. Like you get that shot from X1 where Wolverine is thrown and he does the spin around the Statue of Liberty head. And you get that with Black Panther with one of the like rails on the train. And it looks so much worse than the first X-Men. And also when they're falling, it's the Spider-Man 3 shot where Spider-Man and Venom are falling. And it's worse. It's so bad.
So we talked over my favorite line in this entire franchise. So I want it more, sir. And it's almost tied with the line that Rocket, and it's all Rocket stuff toward the beginning of 2.
So
I can't think of it right off. What is it?
Oh, the sarcastic line?
Yes.
Yeah. So with the I want it more,
you're supposed to use your sarcastic voice, but they're both super quotable. I think part of the reason I love them so much is because they're useful for many different occasions.
What I like about the I want it more, sir line is that he says that, and then Gamora pulls him forward, and he's just like, what? I can't have a discussion with this gentleman?
What if someone wants something, but I want it more than they do?
Yeah, no, it's so good. Rocket just has like a very specific way of talking, and it's so good.
So yeah, when he starts listening to the song and he's tearing up a little bit,
mm-hmm.
I couldn't deal with it in the theater.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
That was a little much for me, and I simultaneously had that thought where I was like, not everybody is going to feel the way I'm feeling right now about this.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not going to resonate with everybody on the same level. I think it's a real relatable thing that a lot of people are going to understand on some level, but like it hit me in this really deep place where I was like, not everybody's going to have this. I don't mean to say I'm special. I'm just saying I've had people talk about movies like this with me where I don't appreciate the way it's hitting them on such a personal level, and I was like, oh, I'm having that thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, my mom made me an MP3 playlist, so I have the Zune thing.
Yeah, it's really funny because for me it's specifically cassette tapes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, my mom put together an MP3. It was like, there's like a lot of AC/DC on it. I remember that because I was a little kid, and that's like the rock band for kids.
Well, and if memory serves, it was kind of rougher the first time I saw this because that first mixtape my mom made me, I couldn't find it. I didn't think I would ever find it again. And like I remembered looking for it like in high school.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how I stumbled upon it, but I finally found it after this came out, I think.
Yeah, no, I remember that in the videos. I remember like back in the day you were talking about that, and then I think there was a video you made after you found it.
And I've now made a Spotify playlist with those songs.
That's awesome. I have not made a playlist of the songs I had on my MP3, nor would I ever.
Yeah, and there's some songs there that I don't even think
Yeah.
are great songs, but it's so nostalgic for me. Like I just
No,
go
of
back
course.
to 6 years old whenever I go back to that, and it's like
Of course, I definitely have some of that.
I could play it for people, and they'd be like, "Why are you listening to this?" I'm like, you don't have to understand. I wouldn't even listen to this out of this context. Like it's got to be with these other songs. Like Milli Vanilli would never listen to outside of that context, but there is a Milli Vanilli song on that tape. They didn't even play their own instruments.
They didn't really do
They
anything.
didn't do anything. The Guardians of the Galaxy Will Return thing is classy, and again, it's just super confident.
It's just a mic drop, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're confident.
There's gonna be more of them.
And that scene sold like 8 billion dancing Groots.
It did. A little bit more confident than the 10 Rings Will Return.
Oh my god. Yeah, where we get girl boss Mandarin.
You didn't even promise us that the protagonist from your film would come back. Just the third iteration of a villain that no one cares about.
Dude, I was looking on
Or an
Marvel
organization.
the other day, and I got like a little, hey, you should read this, and it was like a new Shang-Chi book, and he has the 10 rings, and I was like,
Okay, I gotta nitpick
Yeah.
the
credit?
soundtrack for a second.
well, I think the soundtrack of both of these are really generic, but go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, not the score. But
okay.
But for a second, I just want to. And I'm sure I brought this up before, but I want to nitpick the way the soundtracks were released, because there's no way around it, I guess. But it's always bugged me that you like. I don't know how I would do it differently. But you know what I'm gonna say, right? You release a record that is. And it says on the record or the CD or how you buy
it's got songs that are not
awesome
on
mix
there?
number 1 or volume 1, but then you included the Jackson 5 song at the end.
Mhm.
But that's on the next tape.
So I don't agree with you, but I've always found it really fun being like, okay, but this one's on that tape and then that one's on that tape. That's just like fun I have in the movie.
I don't like it because they use a cover that looks like his tape.
No, you know what my thing is.
But I don't know what else you do. And then there's songs like from the Zune.
Yeah.
That Father and Son is on the second one, but Father and Son wasn't on that tape.
You have
It's
Guardians
in the Zune.
Inferno.
Sorry, what?
You have Guardians Inferno.
Yeah, what are you gonna? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
You know what my thing is now is that they released the first one and it's Awesome Mix Volume 1, and then they released the second one, Awesome Mix Volume 2, and they released the third one, and it's just a picture of the Guardians standing there.
Oh, weird, is it?
Yeah, why?
Well, there is no third mixtape, but then why? I don't know. You can make it look like the Zune, I guess. I don't know.
The movie's
Free
called,
plug for a thing that doesn't exist anymore.
The movie's called Volume 3. You can just call it Volume
just
3.
call
We
it
all
that.
know.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's not gonna be Awesome Mix anymore.
It could be Zune Mix. I don't care.
Zune Mix. There's no way to be consistent about this, and it's whatever because it's not actually an artifact from the film. But the
Well, I
fact
mean,
that you-
hey, you can get them as tapes, so
I know. And I want that as a cassette tape so bad. They only made so many, and I don't think you can get your hands on it anymore.
yeah, I'm not sure. I have them on vinyl, but I don't have them on tape.
Yeah, I have the first one on vinyl, and it's one of the prettiest vinyls in my
It's
collection.
really nice, yeah.
Not that I have a
Look-
huge vinyl collection, but I don't know. I probably have 50 or 100. And
Oh, you have way more than I do. I've got like 12. So there you
well,
go.
to be fair, my mom gave me a significant number of her collection at some point. So, like, I've got of like more recent things, I probably don't have more than 15 or 20, but I have lots of old vinyl.
Yeah, no, I have more older vinyl too. And then like those two things.
Well, but I mean, sue me from my earlier point. I did say that it was a nitpick.
I know I'm suing you. Screw you.
God, stop suing
You're a
me.
jackass.
That guy's a jackass. You know who uttered that line?
Who's that?
Yondu.
Yandu.
Freaking Stallone, you ruined that movie for me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I heard from a couple other people that said they were like, I never noticed that line delivery until
No,
until
'cause
so
I'm
you had to
pretty-
bring up that Sly Stallone is like for in the mid credits. I don't remember what the line is, but
he's
he's
like,
like,
"You broke all our hearts, Yondu." Well, and he does it at the end. It's every time.
no, no. Where I noticed it was at the end. That's what I'm saying. Where
Oh, he's like
he's giving his eulogy, and he's like, or not. It's not really a eulogy, but it's just kind of the pronouncement that
he goes.
almost
It's
we're a
sad
new
that it
team or
took the
something.
death of Yondu.
The death of
to bring us together.
Yondu. I can't even say it like he says it.
Yeah,
It strikes me as one of those examples of you used the wrong take. I bet there's a take where he says it right.
I don't know because he says it weird at the beginning too. I think it's just he can't get his mouth around that name. But
It's
I'm
like,
always
that name is
distracted.
weird.
I'm always distracted because I think it's so funny when he's like yelling at Yandu and he's like, "And the colors of Gahul," or whatever he says.
Yeah.
He's like get those like techno babble out. It's so funny.
It's not any more distracting than hearing his voice coming out of a CG Shark Man, though.
It's so funny. He's such a perfect King Shark. I love it.
But it also sounds like he recorded his lines in a bathroom. Because it's like he just took a script and he's like, oh, I gotta sound like an idiot Shark Man? Okay. Hand!
Wait, he probably was in his bathroom because of COVID.
That's right, King Shark. That's your hand.
No, I love Stallone as King Shark because it's really funny. Like that's just like inherently funny, but also I think Gunn does a good job of making him pretty tragic, and it gets me every time when he falls out of the tower at the end, and there's like the tear going down his face because his little squid friends tried to eat him.
Yeah. Well, you think he's gonna die right there?
Yeah, exactly. And it took me like 4 viewings before I noticed that he's crying when he hits the ground. I was like, man, that's so sad.
I love that Howard the Duck is there for 2 seconds, and then they have to give a creator credit. And like the last thing you see is the creator credit for Howard the Duck, which is not what you expected walking into the movie. Nobody thought that was going to be the last thing you saw.
No, I know it was crazy, and I kind of wish he got more to do, but that'll never happen.
So I'm working on the rewind commentary right now for the Suicide Squad, and I hadn't seen it since it came out, and so a lot of it didn't stick with me. And I think right now my favorite Waller line. This is so obscure, but I don't know why it just hit me sideways. Is when he just says, "That's an overhead projector." I don't know why it's so funny to me.
Do you use it? Just throw it out.
Why is it so funny?
I don't know.
It's just Viola Davis. She's so like, stone faces. That's an overhead projector.
It's an overhead projector.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna come back and watch the second movie. I guess I'm fading a little bit, but I'm gonna try to get through it.
You gotta go smoke some crack.
Do you still want to do it?
Yeah, I'm good if you are.
Can you handle it?
Yeah,
I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna try.
So, like I said, I did this yesterday.
What if I what
A triangle.
like what if we were going to watch another movie, but I want to sleep more? you don't understand. I want it more, sir.
And then Sarah drags you away, and you're like, "What? I can't have a discussion with this gentleman."
I think this next commentary is gonna. My prediction is this will be loopier, and we will talk a lot less about anything that's actually on the screen.
Well, this movie's loopier, so it's perfect.
But we'll see what ends up happening. Okay, we're gonna go to break, and we'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes. And we are back, everybody. We're going to watch another movie in the wee hours of the morning. Predictably, it's the sequel to the one we just watched.
What are we, some kind of Guardians 2?
What are we, some kind of Guardians of the Galaxy?
What are we, some kind of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, directed by James Gunn?
I had this... Oh, yeah, have you noticed that in all the advertising? They're making a really huge deal out of James Gunn's name, like more than ever before, which is maybe not surprising, but like I'm seeing it just because you see everybody's talking about that, but I've been seeing it on YouTube where there's like, they'll have a poster just on YouTube pages. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I think... I can't remember if we talked about it when it came out, but that had to have been in his contract, right? Because every poster is like a James Gunn film, and we've never had that on an MCU thing. That had to have been like a Gunn, please come back. Okay, here's like the list of demands I want, and that was one of them.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I had real quick before we start this, I had a thought yesterday about what you could have done with a, hear me out because this is silly, with a, I like to preface jokes by telling you they're jokes, but we could have done a Guardians movie specifically to be all about the multiverse phase of Marvel, and you could switch the singular and plural, and you could have a movie called Guardian of the Galaxies. Right? And you pick one of them. You have like a standalone Rocket movie or a standalone Star-Lord movie or something.
Really are fading.
Yeah, it'd be funny.
I guarantee that will be a comic book miniseries at some point.
Guardian of the Galaxies.
It'd be like Infinity War.
Yeah, you've already had... What's funny is, like, as Guardians of the Galaxy predates that line in Endgame, if it's an Endgame.
For which line? Sorry, I was looking at the comments.
As Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that comic's before that, because...
No, I know for sure it is. I'm saying that line is in Endgame, right? Isn't
I don't think so. Maybe it is.
No, I think that's where it is, because that's where Thor goes off with them, right?
You know, he goes off.
Yeah, and he says, and he calls him that. He's like, as Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, that's where it is.
Okay, see, I've deleted every Thor moment from that movie out of my brain.
No, that's fair. But yeah, as Guardians of the Galaxy was already a thing.
Yeah. No, because that was a big thing I remember when Gunn was fired, was I saw a lot of fans being like, well, what you do is you just hire Taika Waititi and you bring in Thor and you just make 3 as Guardians of the Galaxy. And I was like...
Oh, Sheriff Gerhardt says it's an Infinity War. Is it really? I thought it was Endgame. Whatever. It's not important.
I don't know. But I was like, I will come to your house and I will cut you. Terrible idea.
I mean, I think it's a bad idea too, but you take it much more seriously than I do.
I love, have you seen that Gunn talk about that, where the other day he was like, yeah, like, you know, in Endgame they just dumped Thor with the Guardians, and I was like, yeah, I'm not acknowledging that.
Yeah. Rocket John Kelling, $2 super chat, thanks man. He says, can I have Austin's jacket? I want it more.
I'm not willing to have a discussion with this gentleman, so.
Is that why you're ready to watch the second movie?
Yep, let's go.
Okay, make sure you're at timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. I'm just about to do that, and let me know if you need a timestamp in the comments because I'm not using a timer tonight. Apologies there. Let's go ahead and get into it. Everybody, please press play right now.
Here we go, my favorite MCU movie.
That is so interesting to me because I don't think it's as good as the first one.
It's so good. We'll talk about it.
I enjoy it, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's as good as you do. And every time I start thinking of complaints with this movie, it's all Draxstomp. And I like him in this. Like I like Batista
Well, I
this.
think he has his best scene out of both movies in this one, which is just that scene with them by the pool. I think that's his best scene. It's really good.
I like how it doesn't matter where in Missouri we are.
Yeah.
It's just Missouri.
Do you wish it went Missouri, Earth, 1989 or whatever?
Yeah, it needs to be a lot bigger. And it that text is pretty large on the screen. He's got nothing on the Russos, man.
No, but
I think it should have said Missouri. I think it should have had an A at the end.
What he does have over them is, I think this is one of the better examples of CGI de-aging. It's still like that rubbery thing where like I can tell he's CGI face, but
so I don't think it's a rubber problem, and this is gonna,
or not like a rubbery, but like it's the all the lines are smoothed out.
This is gonna sound unintentionally rude, but I don't know how else to say it. It's a weight issue. The deal is just his face when he's older is a lot fuller. So when you de-age it, you can't really do anything about the shape of the head. Like the shape of his head is different than it was when he was younger.
Interesting, because I was actually gonna make the argument for why it works a lot better for Kurt Russell than some other people is that you have something like, say, like a Lawrence Fishburne, where in Ant-Man 2, where we're de-aging him, but like Lawrence Fishburne now is very different than he was back then. So you're de-aging him now, but it's not what he was then. And Sam Jackson's got that to an extent.
Yeah, that's true.
Robert Patrick in Peacemaker has that. There's like a ton of examples of people, but I think Kurt Russell's in enough of the same shape that it helps. Same with like Michael Douglas. I think Michael Douglas, it looks fine in Ant-Man.
That should have said 34
years
later.
And then the Sovereign.
Hey, you started talking about score earlier and saying that it's a little generic and bland, maybe. I like the main so here's my thing. I like the main theme. I like that but then
it doesn't stick with me.
There's a part of me that's like, I don't know that it needs to be Guardians. But then sometimes the way it plays in the context of a scene, it weirdly will play a little tongue-in-cheek like it is Guardians before it's anything. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I can understand where you're coming from. It's going to be really interesting with 3, though, because it's a different composer.
Surely they don't full-on lose that theme, though.
I don't know. Probably not.
I would be surprised if we did that, because usually what happens is if it's a real established theme, we're kind of married to it, even if a new composer comes in.
We kept the Avengers theme.
What's that?
We kept the Avengers theme.
We not only kept it, we couldn't stop using it every
exactly.
5 seconds. It drives Jason nuts. Because we watched like 2 Avengers movies leading up to Endgame, and he was like, I'm done with this theme now. Like, I'm done with it. But when you get things like Captain America First Avenger, it's not a pattern yet. You've got that first theme, and then it shows up once or twice in the next score, but it's a totally different kind of movie. It's a totally different score. I think it's a totally different composer. But if it had been, for whatever reason, the main theme in those first 2 movies, no matter who did Civil War, you still would have had it, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure they'll keep that main theme, but I don't know what the rest of the score will sound like.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because I also think the Suicide Squad, which is his new composer, has a kind of generic soundtrack.
It didn't jump out at me.
I hope he works with somebody else for Superman, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm so like a person who doesn't notice score that like if it's nothing, I don't really care. But it would be cool if Superman got like a really great score, like the Batman kind of thing.
Well, you know who I'd like to see come do it?
Giacchino.
Ottman.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Giacchino because of the Batman. But
it would be fascinating to see if he could recreate the genius of the Batman with a completely different kind of score. Because I think that's Giacchino's best score.
Yeah, it's really good, yeah. I agree.
And some of it's because he completely disappears in it with a couple of notable exceptions, but we talked about that when we did the commentary for that. Robert Wilde, this scene makes me so happy I never get enough of it.
It's so good.
And it's technically one of the most complicated sequences I've ever seen in anything. I don't know how you do this, like, and make it look as good as it does. And then when you look at this scene and how in all the elements and how impossible it should be to make any of this look remotely realistic, it's hard to look at scenes that are like shoddily put together with CG in MCU movies after this and not go, there's no excuse, guys. Like, there are excuses. Obviously, we talk all the time about, like, manpower problems and overwork and all of that. So I'm not giving the CG artist crap in case anybody thinks that's what I'm doing. But I'm just saying, like, well, we know it's doable. Give those guys enough hours. Like,
yeah, exactly.
This is an achievement. Like, nothing like this has ever really been done before.
I think people are dismissive. Like, I remember when this came out, people were like, oh, it's impressive. And then you had other people going, yeah, it's all CGI. Like, you didn't actually have to shoot anything. But it's still impressive. Like,
that's what's impressive about it, though, is that it's not all CGI. You're integrating it seamlessly with human characters that pop in and out. That's what's impressive about it.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, you know, because people who say that were like, well, you know, it's all CGI, who cares? But if it wasn't creative in any way and if it was just CGI, then you'd complain about that. Like, we did something creative with it. It's cool at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can't win.
Exactly, yeah. And Guardians, more than anything, can get away with the CGI stuff because you can't do this practically.
Well, that's the thing is, I get the argument of it's hard to be wowed by anything anymore with a big spectacle roller coaster kind of movie because it's all done in a computer and you're not looking at it going, I wonder how they did that. You sort of know how they did that. That scene, I don't know how they did some of that. Because, yes, a lot of it is in a computer, but some of those camera moves, how visceral it feels, like it feels too real for a thing that is mostly made in a computer. And that's what impresses me. When I have that feeling of, oh my God, I don't get how this is possible, and I know it's done in a computer, it's the same way. It's the same thing then as going back to a movie made in like the 70s or the 80s where you go, okay, I get that this was done with stop motion or I get that this was done with models or whatever, but it looks impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly. No, I don't know. I think the CGI, especially, even from the first one, is already a giant step up. Like, this creature looks really good. Baby Groot, I think, looks a little bit better in terms of detail than he does in the first one. And then with the third one, and the holiday special, people being like, is Groot practical? Like, he looks so good.
John Kelling says, hey, wait, wasn't Lawrence Fishburne's de-aging and Ant-Man a combination of their de-aging stuff and his actual son as a stand-in? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
But it looks distracting.
And then Script Super comes back and says, not to sound high and mighty, but man, people just don't get the CGI practical integration. It's hard. This movie does it incredibly well. Yeah, but I don't feel like you have to have ever done it yourself or been there and watched the process to at least sometimes recognize, this is not integrated super well, right? Like, like the fact that we can look at this and say, this does it really well means that you can look at shoddy scenes and go, this was not done as well. And it might be really hard. And we've all seen really ambitious stuff where we go, okay, it's cool you tried that. You didn't quite make the mark. Like,
he's just talking about people who are complaining about that. It's just like, it's just CGI. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, in these movies, Gunn in general still does like quite a bit practically. Like,
well, that's why stuff like that impresses me. Is he's trying to make that live up to the things that are done on set on the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that he cares that much to do that is really infectious to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like even just Gamora and Nebula being painted isn't necessarily a given with some of the MCU directors.
Jareth Gearhart, Groot looks like he belongs in Disneyland in the holiday special. So we talked about this when we did the commentary for that. I watched that and went, oh, that's crazy. They just put a guy in a suit. And then it turns out that was CG and it wasn't a guy in a suit. And I don't understand that. It looks like they just have somebody in a suit on the set. And I thought that was really cool, but that's not what it is.
And you know what's even crazier? I watched one of the clips without the effect put in, and it's when Groot's dancing at the beginning during the opening titles for that song, and it's just James Gunn in the background going like, and they just like CGI'd over him. Because if you don't know, Gunn does all the Groot dancing.
That's really funny. So does that mean he did Baby Groot too?
Yeah, and he does all the Groot dancing. And he's not even in a mocap suit either for that holiday special clip. Like it's weird. I don't know.
I think I should have expected these guys to come back and be a big antagonistic force at the end, but I didn't.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see how much of a role they're going to have in 3.
Me too, because we know that she's supposed to be responsible for Adam Warlock.
Mm-hmm. And she's cast in it.
Well, it'd be really weird if she wasn't in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I wondered initially if she would even be in it, because I could have seen it where it's just he shows up and he's like, I was working for these people. We don't necessarily see them.
Hayden Spring says, the Spider-Man movies are ridiculous with CGI. I hate that in No Way Home the gold-lined suit doesn't actually exist. It's the Far From Home suit, and they CG over it. That's so unnecessary.
My favorite thing is the bus driver.
We also know that movie was real rushed and thrown together.
But it's all 3 of them that do stuff like that.
Really?
Like in Far From Home, the bus driver is just a guy in a blue screen, and he's not even holding a wheel. He's holding like a piece of metal.
Oh, weird.
It's like, well, my favorite CGI thing in that is they put Samuel Jackson in front of a blue screen to paint it brown digitally.
I love how believably toddler-ish Baby Groot is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah.
Like, just the kind of sense of wonderment and fun he has living on a spaceship and kind of acting like a hood ornament. Like, I really like that. And that's what a little kid would do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, put their face up against the glass.
My favorite Groot moment in this is it's in the climax when Drax goes like, "Get out of the way, dumber, smaller Groot," and he gets in and Groot's just underneath him punching him.
I missed a super chat apparently. Oh, I'm sorry, I just forgot to read it. I've done this before, especially when it's real late and I'm tired. Where like I'll read a super chat in my head.
Not out loud.
And then I'll think we handled it. Yeah. Matthew Bass put it out in a super chat and says, hate to be a downer, but I have major issues with this movie. Has its moments, but I think it's one of MCU's weakest. I know I'm alone on that. You're not alone on that. I've actually talked to lots of people that were let down by this movie.
Yeah, no, it's very controversial. Some people really like it. Some people don't. I also do wonder how much this movie looks better in hindsight now after the last 2 Thor movies for some people.
Yeah, I wonder that too. I think
especially because we got to see Guardians in 4.
I think some people felt like the humor took over too much and that this was kind of the big culprit, the big catalyst for MCU humor complaints. Like scenes where everything has to stop for like an awkward moment where something erupts drama, and this movie doesn't do it a ton, but enough that people started noticing it more in movies after it, and I think kind of blamed it for that.
Yeah, because I have issues with comedy in this movie, but it's mainly in the first act. Like,
same here.
Like most people, I don't get the "it's not ripe yet" joke. There's a part of my brain that like laughs because I don't get it at this point, where I'm like, I don't even know why that's here. But
yeah, it feels like it's trying too hard, and
it's just weird.
And then you get obvious obligatory stuff like the rug getting stuck, like with the red carpet.
Yeah, like that's a moment I think.
There's nothing like that in the first movie. Like those kind of moments feel contrived, where it's that. I guess I probably said this, but I'm gonna have a hard time with this commentary because I just reviewed this a few months ago, and it's like, what do I even want to say that I've said before?
I think to an extent the rug thing is kind of funny, just out of they're like a perfect society where they're all built to be perfect, and then they all kind of suck. But yeah, like it just kind of doesn't need to
But
be
it
there.
feels like the movie
It stops.
encroaching on it, like the script putting a thing in there instead of something that happens naturally.
No,
And
exactly. Yeah.
that's when there's a difference between comedy and farce, or rather, farce is a kind of comedy that is not what that first movie is. There's
There's
maybe
comedy and
elements.
gags.
Say again.
I said comedy and gags. Like that is we put in a gag.
Yeah.
It's not like a natural piece of comedy that just comes out of a scene.
Well, and it feels like a Mel Brooks moment. And
Mm-hmm.
that first movie is not a Mel Brooks movie. It's not that, like, there are elements of parody loosely in the sense that it is in places you could argue maybe like putting sci-fi tropes on their heads and stuff, but in real story-driven kinds of ways. This movie does things like, and I like this, so I don't know if it's a problem, but things like, let's have these guys with their drone ships sounding like
With their
arcade
arcades?
games from the 80s. Like,
I think that works because it fits in that kind of aesthetic of for what these movies are going for.
but it feels like a reference in a way that nothing else was a reference in the first movie.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I feel like there's a lot of gag or things that people treat as being like moments that are those where it's like a natural joke that I think are just how characters talk that I don't have as much issue with.
It can be a real fine line. Well, I'm trying to be
Yeah.
consistent because, like I said, that thing I kind of like and find funny, but I feel like I should complain about it with other things I'm complaining about.
Like one of the ones I think of is that moment where Nebula has her speech and then Kraglin's like kind of awkward, where I'm like, that's not a moment that's like encroaching on a serious moment. It's Kraglin's an awkward person and Nebula just like gives him like a annoyed look and then walks away.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I don't think that's taking away from her moment. It's this character is this way and the other character is that way. And you
Well,
know what
and
I mean?
When
Another
people
big
get
complaint.
an inkling of that and they're worried that that's going to take over, they get hypersensitive to it and they start noticing
That is true
those
too.
things more.
Another big complaint I remember hearing when this came out was that Rocket's too aggressive, and I'm like, are you guys not paying attention?
Yeah.
So I think part of my annoyance with like criticism with this movie is that I felt like there was a lot of stuff like that where I'm like, okay, but you're not giving the movie its due. You know what I mean?
It's that damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of thing where people, I think, and I'm generalizing here, but
Yeah, of
I think
course.
even today, a lot of audiences are used to, and like they want to be comfortable. They're used to characters who stay mostly stagnant and don't change too much, or aren't evolving naturally, or if they are, it's these real clear, like, kind of light switch moments where now this is the status quo and this character has had this big thing happen and they're like this now, but they can't really wrap their minds around or even necessarily want to see like natural development for characters. But then if characters are are too stagnant and don't change, people will also sometimes notice that and be like, how come this person is the same all the time? So it's like we kind of recognize it's more realistic and more interesting to see that happen, but we get really comfortable with the thing that we're familiar with and love about a character that we don't want to see change, right? And if you're of a certain age, you grew up with especially episodic television where characters would be the exact same for 8 seasons and never change, but then now we have more serialized television and we're sort of more used to that. But then if in our childhoods we had the TNG or the Cheers thing, right? We still, some of us are resisting that to some degree.
Well, and that actually brings up a something I was going to bring up later in the movie that I wanted to ask you, which is I had a thought last night that I'd never thought of, which is
that I wonder if Infinity War and Endgame have that to an extent with the Guardians, where they kind of show up in their what we recognize instead of what they would be moving forward. Especially when we're seeing the advertising for 3, and like they're in a way different place, and like Star-Lord's got his like rocket boots thing from the first one in Infinity War, and he doesn't have them in this movie, and his mask is destroyed in this movie, and he has it in Infinity War, and he doesn't seem to have it in 3.
I never noticed that.
And there's just stuff like that I'm thinking about, and I'm like, did we maybe just kind of go, okay, but these are the things you guys remember, so like they have to be here. But then Gunn came back and was like, yeah, but I'm moving forward with my story. So like, you know what I mean? Like even their ship's different in 3 because it gets destroyed in this movie, but it's the same in Infinity War.
You definitely have creators that have a story they're trying to tell and want to do their own thing that will, and it's kind of nice in some ways they get away with it even if it messes with continuity, just because for at least their part of it, their continuity, they're able to keep everything moving forward, right? You definitely have a disconnect sometimes between creators and between the people at the top too. And I don't know if the issue with that is that it's like commercially minded so much as just they're not really paying attention that much to where Gunn's been. So it didn't occur to whoever's writing that, to the Russos or whatever, that we didn't have the rocket boots on Quill anymore. It might have just been, I mean, he's got rocket boots, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd love to, if I ever met Gunn, ask him how he feels about that, especially because recently he had the thing where he talked about not liking some of their choices with the Guardians and Infinity War and Endgame. Specifically, he mentioned the Star-Lord Thanos thing he didn't think was handled very well.
Yeah. You sent me that quote, and I think he's going to be like hyper sensitive and super careful about all of that with the DC continuity.
Yeah, I wonder.
Like, I bet he'll be ultra careful about all of that, and they'll probably be way more organized than Marvel has been, or at least he'll try to be.
Yeah, it's interesting because since he worked with Marvel, he has a chance to build on what he thinks that they did right and what they didn't do right. You know what I mean? Where he can kind of look at what they did and possibly improve. Like, we'll see how it goes, but it's very interesting. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Especially not even just stuff like that, but like even just how they treat creators.
I bought Jason this t-shirt.
Oh yeah, I've seen him with the Star-Lord shirt. That's great.
Although I want to get a long sleeve one because it looks really cool in long sleeve.
Yeah, you need to get him a red scarf though to go with it.
Oh yeah, good call.
That's
well,
like
I wasn't building a costume. I was at a thrift store and they had one, so I bought it.
That's one of, I think, the best details with any of the Guardians in Endgame is that Rocket's wearing Star-Lord's scarf from this movie.
Yeah, good call.
That's a real cool detail.
I do like that with Endgame, they finally brought in the old Abnett and Lanning outfits.
With the third one, you mean?
No, they had like Rocket had it.
He's got like a blue outfit. It's not exactly that, but they did give him like a blue outfit that's kind of similar. It's definitely kind of building towards that.
But it was clearly inspired by that.
Mm. I'm glad we finally got this look. I just need Star-Lord to have the comic book helmet, or else I'm gonna be mad.
I love that Gunn in the MCU got away with having a planet called Contraxia.
I love that it's a brothel called Contraxia.
And that the first image you see is people with their mouths open, and I don't want to know what is falling from the sky. Like,
and one of the first lines, or maybe even just the first.
I'm sure it's just snow, but there's a clear connotation. Yeah.
And the first line we get there is, "You're in luck when you go duck."
Yeah.
But even like, there's so much of the stuff's like really messed up when you think about it. Like this, I think this movie's way darker than people give it credit for, because of the.
Well, there's not a lot of attention drawn to it. It's just there, which is the thing I really like about Gunn's world building.
Mhm.
Because he doesn't need
Yeah,
people to talk
exactly.
about stuff. It's real. I hate that I have to say old school because this is just how this kind of stuff should
Should
be
be done.
handled. When it's done well, but like you're just throwing us in a world and letting us notice the details.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. Well, I've always said that the
And that's
darkest
Michael
thing.
Rosenbaum, but you wouldn't know it because he has a glass head and he has 2 lines of dialogue in the entire movie. But when he goes to conventions now, Guardians of the Galaxy is the second thing that shows up in his list of accomplishments after Smallville, and it's very silly. It's like nobody even knows he's in that. Like you wouldn't know
He's
that
coming
that's...
back for 3,
I
though.
know he is.
No, but do you remember when they were cast, people thought that Rosenbaum and Stallone were going to be Galactus and Silver Surfer?
And I laughed at that immediately because I was like, guys, don't get your hopes up. It's not going to be anybody major.
Well, Stallone as Galactus is really funny. Oh, yo, Yanto, I'm gonna eat your planet.
So it's pretty crazy how this is such a weird thing to comment on, but I just noticed it. Just like when he gets angry, how wide Rooker's mouth can go. Like,
You know what it is?
oh, he's like that. Like later on in the third act when they do all the jumps and his face gets like really crazy and contorted. It's just not as exaggerated as I thought it was.
You know what it is there when his mouth's going real big? It's the blah.
That's
from
true.
Judd.
No, it's great having them
yelling
in a
back at
scene
each other.
together.
No,
Because
but
you
it's
got
like,
Stallone with his like the one side, and then you
Yeah.
got Rooker with his huge.
that's what I'm saying. Like it's that part where Stallone's like, "I'm the law," and the other guy goes, "Yeah." He's like imitating him. They're
That's
trying
gonna be
to
a weird thing to try to do a
open
rewind
mouth each
commentary
other.
on. I gotta talk through that whole movie.
Yeah, you can just talk like King Shark if you want.
Hand.
No dumb friends. That's my favorite delivery he's got in that. When he's running around and he's like, in the background.
I like it when he suddenly speaks Spanish.
See,
Oh, he speaks Spanish?
he's learning Spanish.
Oh, it's not a red carpet. It's a blue carpet.
Yeah, it's a blue card.
Who cares? Shut up, Austin.
I'm bringing insight. It's blue.
That's very deep.
Yeah, it's blue like Yandu.
Like his face. I was just about to say that.
But if it was red, it would be like his jacket. So you could have had it either way.
John Kelly says Stallone as Silver Surfer is even funnier. That is funnier.
Hey, yo, I got you this planet.
Robert, did any Taserface fans come out of the woodwork to complain about this movie? There weren't Taserface fans.
No. The Taserface thing I think is really funny because when the first movie came out, Gunn on Twitter was like, "Guys, I found this really stupid
Right.
character called Taserface," and then he showed up here, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's nice. That's cool."
I've heard people complain that as a gag goes too far, where like we had to make a whole kind of subplot out of just a thing that Gunn found sort of amusing, and I think it works. I don't know. I mean, humor is subjective, obviously, but
It's also not what that entire subplot is. Like, it's just they have a subplot. We need an antagonist for that subplot. I found this thing that's funny. Or
But I think for a lot of people with things like that, sometimes they perceive it as an exaggeration thing, where it's like, look how ridiculous. I think maybe the problem is, and I'm speaking for other people because I don't have this issue myself, but maybe it's that, like, look how dumb comics are problem that some like big comic fans have, where it's like we have to take a thing that was in comics and not play it straight and be like, Taserface is so like. I can kind of see that complaint where it's like, if Taserface is stupid, what else in comics that we have to play straight isn't kind of just as stupid as that? So like is that, are we cherry picking too much? Does it make sense that the people that live in this world with some of the other names of things and stuff that they just take for granted like have
But-
to single out Taserface. But I would argue, yeah, even in this context, it's kind of a dumb name. I don't know.
Well, the joke is that they don't go all the way with it. His name's Taserface, and it has nothing to do with what his character is.
Yeah, I don't think
Like, I
it's
think
just
that's
Taser.
part of it.
It's not the same thing, right? As because this is my counter to that whole argument. So I was playing devil's advocate. My counter to that is not the same thing as his name is Otto Octavius. That's preposterous.
Yeah,
Like it's not,
I don't even get that joke.
it's not the same thing as that.
Yeah. Well, you just compare it to something like Polka Dot Man. Like Polka Dot Man, the joke is that he's Polka Dot Man, but they also made like a very serious and sad character out of Polka Dot Man. But the fact that he's a man that throws polka dots is inherently funny.
Well, that movie, I'll talk about this Monday. That movie straddles the fence really impressively with the things that the characters in it find absurd and how inherently absurd the world is and the things that they take for granted. Like it really feels the way you would deal with that in a good modern comic where, yeah, they live in a world where people can talk to rats and where nobody goes, oh my God, a talking shark man, and they like freak out and run away. Like they live in a world where that's possible, and they live in a world where they know about alternate dimensions and where they've dealt with things that come from space. But like a guy that throws polka dots at people, how does that even happen? What does that
Like,
even
what
look
even
like?
is that?
Like even in that world, nobody has a basis for comparison for that. But it isn't, look how dumb and silly this guy is. It's, wait, how is that possible? Like, surely not. Like that's the response.
Yeah, surely you don't just throw polka dots at people. Like that can't be a thing.
And that's what it is, yeah.
Mhm. It's
not look how dumb this guy is. It's, wow, reality is freaking weird, right?
Yeah. I also like how on the nose Gun Waller mission names are. Where it's like, gotta kill the star. Oh, it's Operation Starfish. And then in Peacemaker, there's like alien butterflies, and it's called Operation Butterfly. I like how on the nose that is.
Does she show up in that show?
She has a cameo. The guy who plays High Evolutionary is kind of like a stand-in for her, where he's like the leader of the team.
Oh, I didn't even know High Evolutionary was in that. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's really good in it.
I'm very curious about that show finally, because I didn't care for the longest time because I was just sick of dark, superhero stuff.
But I think that would surprise you because so much of that show is Peacemaker learning that he's a bad guy and like having to deal with that, where he's like, I'm a superhero. Like, no, you're not. You run around killing people, and he like has to kind of come to terms with that and learn to be an actual hero. We got our first chain.
Yeah, and it plays real tragic.
Mm-hmm. That's so good, yeah. I just love Kurt Russell in general. So like I'm definitely biased. And that's definitely a part of my bias for why Ego's my favorite MCU villain. But I do think he's still overall really good. But Kurt Russell's also just awesome. I also really like Mantis. I think she fits in really well with the team. And she's probably the most reinvented of the cast. But
yeah. I mean, it helped that I didn't really have a lot of experience with that character, and I didn't read her until after I saw this. I was like, oh, that's an entirely different character. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and Englehart was really mad because, of course, he was. But I think she's fine for these.
Well, and her performance is so specific. It's one of those choices that's really impressive that you nailed it straight away. Like, I want to know how much prep she had to do to find exactly this performance, because she never... It doesn't evolve. It hasn't... it's not like that TV thing where you start with a pilot and you haven't quite found yourself yet. The only place where I feel like she starts to break out of it a little bit, and I'm hearing more of the actress's voice, is in the holiday special, which I know you didn't have, but that's a thing I had with that. But beyond that, it's really impressive that from moment one, she's got this really specific performance that I've never seen anybody else give.
Mm-hmm.
She's got this kind of weird voice, and
yeah, no, it's very different. It's very alien, and it works really well.
And she's already got a good sense of like when her voice like dips and deviates weird. And, like, you know, in the first scene we see her, she has that doorways thing. Like,
well, we talked over my favorite one of my favorite moments with her when she pets Rocket, and she's like, "I am smiling because it makes people like you."
oh, you know what? It's also interesting that he pranks her to pet Rocket, and he's petting Rocket at the end of the first movie.
Yeah, and that moment's so sad in the
It
first
is.
movie.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah. And it's such just like a natural, like obvious thing to do with Rocket, but like it hits really hard.
Robert says every Marvel female space alien is a warrior, so I like they take Mantis in a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and they find that pathos and that tragedy with her because, I mean, the reason she fits with the Guardians is she has, with that conversation we had with the first movie, she has the same problem they do, which is she's not been given a fair shake in her really at birth, in her inception.
Mm-hmm. No, she's basically raised in exile. So this is one of my favorite song choices, just like in the movie, like in the moment. I think this action scene with the song is really fun.
I want to know what Taserface's real name is.
I think it's Larry.
I want it to be like unpronounceable.
Oh, okay. It's not just like a regular name.
Yeah.
It's what's his name? The bad guy from Solo, where it's like Tobias something, and it like doesn't sound like a Star Wars name.
That's a Star Wars name, yeah. But to be fair, I mean, our main protagonist in the original Star Wars movie, his name is Luke.
I think it works with Luke because it's like a very like, I don't know, just like kind of timeless name. Like Tobias doesn't have the same ring to it.
It does sound a little bit too contemporary.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like if you had a guy in Star Wars named Chase.
Yeah.
You know?
Meridian, yeah.
But like, that's a real popular boy's name now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly.
Or Jaden. I think maybe there is a Star Wars character named Jaden.
I don't know, but that would be weird.
Or maybe there's a Jalen.
Are you thinking of...
I don't know.
Jada or something?
I don't know what I'm thinking about.
I don't know. I started to say it and I was like, wait a minute. I think I'm thinking of Jada Pinkett Smith, my favorite Star Wars.
This was all over the trailers.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so much fun. I remember watching the like behind the scenes footage where like they have all the actors on wires and they're throwing them up and down. And it's very fun. I don't know, like I find this movie just a lot more
Rocket, sorry, John Kelling. Obi-Wan's fake name was literally Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, the humans had some normal names back in the early days in Star Wars.
I thought his name was our son, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Our son. Steve Solo. That was a really dramatic pose for Rocket Raccoon.
I know, it's so cool.
He's got his hand on his leg.
Where he's like,
even a raccoon can be heroic.
I also like that Rocket jumps up and just punches that guy's throat in. That's so crazy. And then he punches this guy like 18 times in the head.
He is a survivor, man.
Yeah. He should be on that show.
Oh yeah, no, he'd win. Absolutely. He wouldn't even need a team. He could just do it all by himself.
They're like, Rocket, we're voting you out. And he's like, I got a freaking immunity.
Somebody needs to make the Naked and Afraid parody with Rocket Raccoon. Like being a survivalist. Rocket, you can only take, you can't wear clothes. That's not a big deal. I'm a raccoon. And you can only bring one survival object. What would be Rocket's one survival object?
A Groot.
Well, no, it can't be a person.
No, but he's like a tree.
Well, yeah, but it's a sentient tree.
Okay, fine.
It
He'd
has
bring
to be
a
like
gun.
a pot or a knife or something.
He'd
Like,
bring a gun, like a really big gun.
yeah, I don't think it could. I don't think it could be one of those. It has to be primitive in
Oh,
nature.
primitive.
Yeah.
Drax.
You're not really great at coming up with these theoretical TV premises, are you?
No, I got an F in Mad Libs.
I have several character and property-based Mad Libs, but I don't know if they ever made a Guardians one.
That'd be pretty fun.
I have a Star Trek one, and I have a Sonic one. I have a Star Wars one. I have a bunch of Mad Libs. Whoa! Who in Star Wars says that?
Tobias.
Oh. Tobias is Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, he runs real fast.
So, did you expect Kraglin to join the team by the end of the movie? Because that was a bit of a surprise for me.
No, because he's got such a small role in the first one that I don't really think about him as a character until this one. Like, obviously he does things in the first
But
one.
I mean, like, after a few scenes with him, like, in this movie, like, is there much of a tell that, oh, okay, he's going to also join the team along with, like...
No, but that's what I
Mantis.
mean. Like,
Yeah.
even like several scenes into this one, like I'm not thinking about him as much as a main character. Like,
Okay,
it's just
did you have the thing I did in the theater? I thought Yondu was dead here.
Yeah, I did too. I was like, whoa.
They just killed Yondu. Like, the look on... So it's a couple things. You got the look on Rooker's face. I'm also really used to Rooker dying and stuff.
Yeah.
Just getting taken out real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even the
Which is
pilot of
funny-
Walking Dead, I thought he was going to be like a regular recurring kid. Nope!
Which is
Kill him
funny
off.
because him dying in the Suicide Squad's opening is supposed to be a subversion of these movies because it's supposed to be, if you're thinking about these because it's James Gunn,
Yeah,
you're
that's
gonna go,
typecasting Rooker.
you're gonna go, oh well, you know, he was Yondu. He's gonna be a big important character.
Yeah. And then if Gunn had kept making Suicide Squad movies, he would have wound up with the same problem he did with this, which is, okay, I can't keep getting Rooker in it, because he likes to put Rooker in every one of his movies, but he can't really I assume there's going to be a flashback or something, though, in 3.
For 3, I think so.
We even
too.
found a way to work him into the holiday special. So,
Yeah.
like, so far, his track record with Rooker is in every movie is still clean. So,
Yeah. And I think he'll probably voice somebody or something in Superman. He'll get
it'd
like
be
another
really
role.
cool if he was cast as a villain in that.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be the Ultra Humanite.
That's really, yeah. I was trying to think of somebody. That's really good casting, actually. No, I dig that a lot.
Well, that's a villain I keep hearing people talk about because he's like a really early Superman villain, and I just like thought of that in the moment.
I keep wondering when we're gonna finally see him in live action. It's kind of weird we've never done it in anything. Even TV, we've never seen Ultra Humanite.
Mhm.
Just cartoons. He's in
And
Justice League.
That's
He's in
the
a
type
lot of Justice
character
League.
Gunn would go to.
Yeah. Matthew Bass, this movie does look great. It does.
It's beautiful, yeah, beautiful. I think this is their best looking movie, like by far.
One of the Drax lines that I most take issue with is when he calls this a dumb planet. I don't get it. He's got so much wonderment, and he's popping the bubbles, and he's laughing, and then later he just completely dismisses everything. This dumb planet.
He's been here for like an hour and he's already bored.
He's just out. Yeah, he's done with it. I don't buy that.
Have you seen the deleted like extended version of this scene
I don't. I'm sure I have, but I don't remember it right off.
where in front of the that pool thing, Ego has a giant statue of Star-Lord where he's like this big muscle-bound hero, and he's like holding the Infinity Stone, and Gamora is like holding his leg
I
like
don't
the
remember this.
like the Star Wars poster, and then Drax is like a little monkey on the side, and Drax is like, I don't remember being a monkey.
It'd be better if he was holding a thesaurus and like, look, Drax, that's you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think Drax is like, "Where am I in this?" And they're like, "I think you're that little monkey." And he's like, "I don't remember being a monkey."
Oh, crazy, guys. I didn't know that. I didn't keep watching Stargirl past the pilot. Apparently, Ultra Humanite's in that.
Oh,
Says
interesting.
John Kelling and Robert Wild. And Robert says Ultra Humanite looked fine in Stargirl for CW standards, but they wisely don't use the gorilla form much. Yeah, you just can't. And whenever we got Grodd in Flash, it was always at night and silhouette and
Until you got him fighting Obama in Legends, where he's in the middle of the day.
Legends does not give a crap, man.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Drax. But you would assume if he was a planet and you saw him very far away that he was a very tiny planet.
He's a little 1-inch planet. To be fair, that was Rocket. That wasn't Drax.
No, but then later Drax says 1-inch man. Like he buys it.
Yeah. Well, because Rocket's like, there's a 1-inch man, and then the ship's landing, and he goes, "Oh, it must be the 1-inch man."
Are you gonna keep trying to explain this to me?
Yeah, well.
Okay, how do you feel about the fact that Ego, as a planet, literally has a human-shaped brain? I like how comic book it is.
Well,
It's weird. It's kind of unbelievable, but
yeah, that's taken straight from the comics. That's
is it?
That's from Byrne Fantastic Four, yeah, which is really weird because Byrne is not in the special thanks.
That is weird.
And I wonder if that's because Marvel doesn't like Byrne, so they were like, he's not going to be in there, or maybe it's like a rights issue because FF. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, that comes from the Byrne Fantastic Four.
So I watch scenes like this where we have to have like physical like manifestations of things as statues or as, moving sand or whatever it is, and I go, I'm just imagining meetings and meetings at Marvel about how to make the exposition
More interesting,
as clear as possible. Yeah, because I've always been kind of two minds about it. I think I think that as a general rule, show don't tell is correct as a very loose general rule, but exposition is often not just important but can be just as interesting as showing stuff. Like you can have I had a professor once who this always stuck with me, who said you can have really boring showing and you can have really exciting telling. Like it's all about
Absolutely.
it's all about just how effectively it's presented, right? And I don't always know that stuff like that is super necessary.
No, but it also leads to one of the creepiest images in the movie where they're all making out with the egos.
No, that's true.
So it's worth it for that. Yeah, that's something I've never even really thought of in that scene. It's just, yeah, here's this.
Well, it reminds me of the scene in Man of Steel.
I was thinking of Man of Steel, too.
Yeah, where Jor-El is explaining what happened with Krypton, and I'm like, you guys are really overthinking this.
It's just, I think it's way more dull, like, visually in Man of Steel, because it's just, like, the gray, like, metal.
It's that metallic sand thing.
Yeah, well, here it's got, like, a very pretty look to it.
Well, and also, I think the difference is there's this lack of practicality with it when that's supposed to be the technology. Whereas, can you really imagine a civilization developing that, and that's how they that's how they communicate. That's how they explain history and stuff. Whereas here, it's art before it's practical. It's not sitting in a classroom. And Man of Steel, it's sitting in a classroom. That's not like just project something on a wall. Like, that's weird.
It's an overhead projector. That's why it's a good thing Krypton was destroyed, because they're all idiots.
It makes me want to get an overhead projector. and just put it in a corner. I have a cart that my desktop is on that I'm pretty sure used to belong to an overhead projector.
That moment every time brings me back to high school when the teacher would wheel in the little projector. And I'm like, I remember
can't
those
wait
days.
to get to that on Monday because I just know I'm going to burst out laughing right in the middle of that comment. I'm not going to be able to get through it. Robert, this scene is super important. It's very fitting and tragic that Yondu dies the same way his crew members did who sided with him. I don't know if I ever put that together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's really cool.
Well, that makes me feel dumb. Like
as you should.
Oh, thanks.
No.
Thanks, man.
No, I think I took
How much time is left in
viewings
this movie
before
so I can force you to do it by yourself? Let's see. You got an hour and 26 minutes, friend. I'll see you later, buddy. I'm going to go to bed. I want it more, sir!
To be fair, I didn't know until like a year ago that Yondu's ashes form his arrow when it comes out. Like, it took me way too long to realize that. So, there you go. I throw out one that's embarrassing on my end. Way more embarrassing, in fact.
The arrow disappears and then suddenly it's been reconstituted with Kraglin. I don't understand that.
We got to put the arrow
in him. Robert says, yeah, I made Cat feel dumb. Where's my eject button?
Bird. That's Cap.
John Kelling, I'm glad Krypton blew up. Probably someone on the internet.
Hashtag Krypton blowing up. There's nothing wrong. We got a box of hands.
We got a whole box of hands.
That's an underrated line.
It really is. No, that's my favorite Kraglin line. That always stuck with me.
It's so just subtle. Just cut. Oh, we got a whole box of hands.
I just like, yeah, I love how down to earth and like typically Southern he is.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that somehow the American South exists in space.
Well, you got that with the with Yondu too.
That's true,
like,
but this guy
Southern.
specifically is from like an interstellar trailer park. Like,
absolutely. I'm
a
interested.
tornado has shredded his house on more than one occasion. That's all I'm saying.
And his dad looked on and was like,
nice hat.
yeah.
Maybe other girls go, ooh, that's nice.
I like that part of the line where he goes, ooh, that's nice.
No, he's really good.
Yeah. No, because that's one of those moments that people complain about is it ruined the moment. And I'm like, I don't agree. I like that moment's kind of done and the character has his reaction because that's how that character would react.
Let me be a jackass and play both sides for you for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does the moment play better and is it still comedic if we don't emphasize it with the music?
Oh, I don't know because I'm not thinking about music.
If you take but subconsciously or otherwise, I'm going to assume that the reason that people find that to be a typical undercutting moment is that you have music, you have ominous music that rises underneath that, where she's having the big threat and is like, and then the strings stop and he says, oh yeah, I was thinking about a necklace. If you take that music out, I wonder if it still plays like that.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, that's interesting. I have a question for you, Kat.
Yeah.
Do you think if Gunn did Superman like 20 years ago, that Sean Gunn would be a good choice for Jimmy Olsen?
Maybe.
I can kind
never
of
thought about that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, he can't do it now because he's too old, but he would maybe be a good choice for that.
Yeah, I think he has that same that kind of Ted Raimi thing where it's obvious nepotism, but those guys are like good actors, so it's fine.
Exactly.
Like before I'd really seen him act, when he just shows up in the first one, if I'd known that was his brother, I'd be like, oh, because you just got to cast your family, right? And then he's really good in this.
Mm-hmm. Well, people are like having that a lot with
his DC so far, and it's probably only because he fired Cavill.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, like every director has this. Like every director brings in actors that they work with that they
Yes,
like
but
using.
the problem is that this is somewhat unprecedented, where he's not just a director now. Like, you haven't really had a lot of like showrunners or heads of studios that are also creative people that work like directors. So people aren't used to a creative person hires people they've worked with before and then gives them projects. And so that's probably irritating people because they're like, oh, he's just going to hire all of his friends. But it's different. His mind is in the headspace of a director.
Well, and I think because it mainly comes from Snyder people, and Snyder did the same thing, and I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like Michael Rooker being in the Suicide Squad is no different than what's his face, the comedian being Thomas Wayne.
Well, and
BVS.
are these guys, were they complaining about it 10 years ago with Nolan?
Yeah, no. Like I said, like most directors have
Who
this.
every single movie he uses somebody you've seen him work with before, probably 3 or 4 people. Like, he can't stop going to Michael Caine, who just plays the same character every single time and doesn't seem to even know what movie he's in sometimes. Like, sorry, Michael Caine, but I feel that way whenever he gets a cameo. Like, 'cause he'll show up in a Nolan thing, and you'll expect that he'll be in more scenes than the one, and then you're like, you seem kind of integral to the story right now, but you don't show up past the first 20 minutes.
Matthew Bass says them playing catch is kind of funny. It's both funny and just really wholesome. Like it's not like laugh out loud where like this is the joke funny, but it's like it's funny that they use the power to make a ball to play catch, but it's also wholesome in that way, and it's a nice moment. And this is my favorite Drax scene.
And of course, like anything that seems wholesome with him in the first place, it feels real dark and messed up later on.
Yeah, because all of his dead children are in a cave.
Exactly.
Which I stand by as the darkest thing in any of the MCU movies. That's really messed up. That's like right out of 7.
That's true. Sean Kellencap's talking about Inception, isn't he? I mean, it's been a while since I've seen that or any other Nolan movie. So I couldn't remember how much he was in Inception, but I feel like, what was that weird time travel thing?
Is Tenet. Yeah, that was what I was thinking of. Because he shows up for like one scene.
Yeah, they do that in Tenet.
Yeah. And he's like, hello, I am Michael Caine.
I saw that one time and I didn't really like it.
It's so bad.
Could we get, I've never had this thought before. Can I say something really silly?
Yeah.
Can we get a theatrical? It still would need to be animated because it would be. I would hate it if you try to do this in live action. Could we get a theatrical Pinky in the Brain with Michael Caine as Pinky?
Directed by Nolan?
Yes. But I want Michael Caine voicing Pinky because I want to hear Michael Caine say "narf" and point.
I wish Michael Caine was on cameos. He'd be like, please say Narf for me.
Michael Caine, can I pay you $500 to say Narf?
That'd be beautiful.
It would. I'm very proud of that idea.
It's very good. It's very good.
I'm going to raise money to get Michael Caine to say Narf.
Can I like one up you if it's just going to be a cameo? Can he say Narf Taserface?
Narf Taserface. Hey, Michael Caine, would you just say Taserface?
Can you please just yell, it's metaphorical?
Would you kindly say, in a cave with a box of scraps? Hayden Spring just wrote box of scraps, and I was like, that'd be a good thing to have him say.
Yeah, that'd be good. Can you get him to say, Yandu?
Hayden Spring, I hate when YouTubers are like $200.
Oh,
yeah, that seems excessive.
Cameos are really expensive. I'd buy them if they were like $1.
Look, they gotta take 4 minutes out of their day to shoot something with their phone.
Yeah, but that's worth $1 to me.
I've considered doing it for a couple of things.
So I've thought about it before, but then I looked and I was like, this is way too expensive. Like, I don't even know if I can afford this.
I thought about trying to get on Cameo and then charging the lowest possible tier. It's like you can get a video letter from Captain Logan for like $1, and he'll go on for 45 minutes.
Oh, you're like a Norm Macdonald cameo. That'd be great.
Can we just give the makeup department props for how impressive the Yondu head looks?
Yeah, his teeth and like the head.
Just
like
how well integrated the fin is.
Absolutely. And I like that he gets like the proper comic fin, like the big one.
Oh,
It's
Austin,
so good.
You've got to talk about the comic precedent for the arrow.
Oh yeah, so I completely forgot with Yondu in the comics. So again, reading through Abnett Lanning, I remembered that Yondu was just like a guy with a bow, and I was like, oh, he's just kind of Blue Hawkeye. But I forgot until I was rereading it that he does the whistle thing, where like he shoots arrows and then he whistles and it flies around. I assumed Gunn made that up, but apparently not.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either.
Mm-hmm.
He made up the fin part of it.
Yeah, because
But that's really inventive. Like, he felt like there needed to be an explanation for why he had that thing on his head. Now, I don't think he did. I mean, like, that could have just been what his race does, but it also doesn't read like, I think because he's so creative about it, it doesn't necessarily even read like we have to have an explanation for it so much as, well, what if that was a power source? Like, that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, his usage of the original Guardians is just really interesting in general. Because obviously they're, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers of Tomorrow, where they're like a future team that is just kind of Earth Avengers.
Yep.
And then he reinvents them to be space pirates. And I think it's really cool.
I think the entire original Guardians run, and I've tried to read the first issue, and it's just wordy and boring, and I've never been able to get through it.
I have no interest in it, just on like a concept level. Like I can't get excited about that.
I'm gonna make you read it at some point. That's my whole plan.
Oh no!
Well, we can do an arc. I don't know. Might be interesting.
That's their longest run too, because that's like 60 something.
It's 50
issues.
or 60 issues.
Yeah.
And that is, I want to say late 70s, early 80s.
80s, maybe?
81, 82.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe it's not quite that.
Oh, and that's another
early.
thing that we haven't mentioned is this is the first property that didn't exist when the MCU started. Because this version of Guardian starts in 2008.
Oh, that's really interesting. So the same year.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even think about that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're going to really contemporary stuff here.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and to be fair, they adapted or loosely adapted story arcs that were as recent to this as whatever they were working, like Extremis and stuff.
Yeah, and even like the like Winter Soldier stuff.
Civil War.
Yeah, Civil War, yeah.
Although Winter Soldier, I think that stuff even post-dates Civil War, does it not? Or maybe that's earlier.
No, I think it's earlier because Cap dies like right after Civil War and Bucky takes over. But it's like right around. It's not a long time before that. So
this is another one of those scenes where some people
I was about to
kinda...
mention that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say this is one of those scenes where I remember people going rule of three when this came out, and I don't agree. I think it's fine. I think each little moment works, and the ultimate point is just that he's never going to get it right. Like,
we can't have hard and fast rules like that either. Like, are people, with all due respect, because maybe people did just feel like the scene dragged, But was it? I'm just asking the question because I didn't have that with this. I thought the whole thing was very amusing, and I was enjoying. The big thing for me was just getting the focus on Yondu because I wasn't expecting that, and also.
And it's like the first thing Groot gets to do in the movie.
I was going to say, let me backtrack for a second and say, I think we actually needed this kind of screen time with Groot after he was like humiliated in that previous scene. Because you expect the whole movie to just play him super cute and like the saddest, roughest stuff happens to him, which Gunn is clearly doing on purpose after the... Like, I feel like something gets really popular with Gunn, and his response isn't take the things that people are obsessed with and go too far with them or plaster it all over it. It's how do we continue to be creative with it without losing integrity? And that's what he did with Baby Groot with that. But,
it's kind of like what we talked about with Simpsons season 2 with Bart, where they could have easily rested on their laurels, and they didn't.
The question... See, you just said the same thing I was trying to say, but in like 5 words.
It's because I've had no shots.
I don't think it has anything to do with alcohol. I think I just take a long time to say anything.
A little bit both. Bit of both.
I'm not even slurring or anything.
I'm just joking.
God. So
offended.
Okay, I talked to you for another 15 minutes, but now you're gonna have an hour 11 all by yourself.
That's
anyway,
okay,
but no,
like the most beautiful scene.
My question is, do folks that said that, did they actually feel like that scene was running too long, or did they see a fourth thing and go, "Oh, I read somewhere you're not supposed to do that in a story," you know?
Yeah. Ding.
Yeah.
So this is just
faces are really funny.
Yeah, I imagine filming some of those shots was really fun.
It was really fun, yeah. My favorite was that black guy who's like, ah, like that face.
I like the one guy with like the mohawk thing where he's like, ah.
AMC, full disclosure, I've never been a real fan of Guardians. Oh, I gotta mention, there's a scene in the Suicide Squad that is a little bit like this, but not so much that I'm like, oh, you're just totally repeating yourself.
It takes the rocket thing, which is a very small part of the sequence, and kind of builds on it.
Yeah, with Harley Quinn, where she's got the twin guns, and that's got some of the coolest, definitely the coolest fight choreography in that movie, but some of the most ambitious stuff Gunn's attempted, I think. Like,
yeah, I've heard him talk about how he thinks that's his best action scene. I think it's either this or that, but I also think the best action scene for me in the Suicide Squad is the Peacemaker versus Rick Flag one, just for how small it is, and the shot where it starts.
And because shooting it in the helmet is so cool.
It's the best shot of the entire movie. It's so good.
And I couldn't tell if it was like CG superimposed on it or if he actually shot the helmet
and then
had a fight sequence in it.
I think he shot it, and not only that, but that was like an improv on the day thing where he was like, wouldn't it be cool if we did this?
That's neat, yeah. I haven't listened to a commentary or anything with that movie yet, so I haven't done any behind the scenes. I hope he recorded one. I don't even know that.
I'm not sure. I imagine so, because he's like the type of guy that's very open about his work.
He usually does that. Well, I think he's done it for every movie, so hopefully. But... anyway, I was going to read something.
There's a really funny bit here with Rocket. If you're listening with headphones, where in the background he goes, pew, pew, pewy. It's really weird. He's got like a really high voice.
But that's very comic book Rocket. Like, that's as close to murdered you ever get.
No, I agree. I never picked that up until I watched it with headphones.
Come on, Yondu, physics. AMC, full disclosure, I've never been a real fan of Guardians. I like and respect the first movie, but the second didn't really do it for me. I can see why the characters are popular, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't roll my eyes when they pop up in everything Marvel these days. I think most versions just try and fail to mimic this take. Personally, I wish they let other versions be more comic book and hopefully original, like
that was what I think
Earth's Mightiest Heroes version.
That's what I think the game did really well. Is the game is like a perfect balance between this and the comics. And some places it's more one way or the other, and you can tell they didn't have something to merge Adam Warlock with. I think overall that take's really cool.
Yeah, I didn't need. I need to finish that game, by the way. I've only played it a couple hours on camera, but I really like what I played of it. I didn't need the Star-Lord name coming from a rock band, but
Oh yeah,
I love that.
yeah, definitely.
But
No,
I like the voices for those characters a lot.
yeah, I think that is my favorite superhero game after Arkham City. Like, not that it's like those two is like the top two. I just mean like since Arkham City, I think that's been the best one.
He's about to have his crazy face again.
Okay, if I ever meet Gunn, I need to ask him if this is an intentional reference to New Frontier, because there is a shot where they fly through the center and he makes that exact same face as Yondu, and I need to ask him if that's intentional or not.
New Frontier.
The DC book. Hal Jordan flies through the center and his face like warps like that.
Oh.
I just read it recently, so it was like
When
I
was
read
that
it.
published?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, it didn't compute for a second because I'm like, because there's multiple things called that. There's a Star Trek book series called New Frontier,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Yeah, no, of course.
I don't know what we're talking about right now. That's Peter David.
What, the Star Trek book?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oh, is it New Frontier or is it? I think it's New Frontier.
No, I wasn't sure for a second because Peter David's also a comic writer.
Yes,
So I was
yeah.
like, what?
No, apologies. And
No, it's okay.
that was a thing that people in the '90s were really wanting to see a TV show based on.
And Peter David's cool. He's the man. Hey, Cap, if you were on TV, you would get 0 ratings.
I want to think I would do better than the reboot of G4.
Or Batwoman.
I think I'd do better than those people.
I love that line delivery when she walks out. He's like, 0
You get
ratings.
0 ratings. And then I like her I like her delivery of I don't know what Cheers is. I officially really like Saldana now. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, she's really good.
But when I say I don't know what happened, I feel like I know why I like. I don't get why I didn't is the thing. Like I don't know how I had to have this like come to Jesus thing with her. Like,
Yeah, this is around when she starts to win me over. Is this, and then specifically when we get into her subplot with Nebula, who also had to win me over because she's kind of nothing in the first movie.
well, and I thought she was too whiny here initially, and I've come around on her a lot too. And she's, I think a lot of people had, and people in the comments earlier were even saying this. Like, I think a lot of people had this where by Infinity War she really wins you, in game especially with like her and Tony Stark and all that, like really wins you over.
Yeah, well, Nebula and Rocket are like the only two Guardians that get any good material in Endgame.
No, he's great in that too, and I could have used, honestly, if there had been time for it, more screen time with Rocket as an Avenger.
Yeah, well, he gets like a great, one of the only good Fat Thor scenes where Rocket's like, "Hey, like shut up! Like I have my own people. I have to get back. Like you're not gonna ruin this for me." And I'm like, "Yes, you tell him, Rocket."
Yeah, which is sort of a callback to We All Have Dead People.
It is, yeah.
And I didn't think of that until you just said that, but AMC said, "Wow, thanks for reading my manifesto on Guardians, Cap. I mean, we still have an hour left, so I gotta fill time here." No problem. He says, "I want to finish the Telltale game."
I heard people didn't really like that one.
I played the first chapter and I was not impressed.
Yeah, that's what I've gotten the sense, which is funny because
I thought the writing was pretty generic and it just wasn't funny, and it was trying to be. It doesn't need to be funny, but it was trying,
Yeah.
And it was just generic. And that the game, it's really authentic, and the new game,
the new game, yeah. And it's funny because it's got that kind of telltale dialogue system, but like
That's
built
true.
into a third-person shooter.
Yeah, it's an action-driven game.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel... I don't know. They strike a good balance where... Just what I played of it anyway, where it didn't feel like it was trying too hard to ape gun, to be gun, but it understood the comedic sensibilities of that well enough that it was able to integrate that with whatever else it's wanting to do. Like, it is its own thing enough, I think.
Yeah. The only thing with that game where I'm like, okay, you're trying to ape gun and you kind of don't get it is the music choice, but like, whatever.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I think it does a really good job in finding its own identity between the comics and these movies. But nobody
Hayden,
played it because of the Avengers game.
Hayden, are you talking about me? That's really funny. He said this is true. He said the show he almost was on pretty much got 0 ratings. I was almost on a reality show once.
Yeah.
That nobody watched that.
It got 0 ratings.
0 ratings. Nobody cared about King of the Nerds.
So one thing that 3 has to have is like a really creepy scene of Nebula like contorting back, because Gunn really loves going to that, and I feel like we didn't really do it that much in Endgame. Like there's a little bit in Infinity War, but
I love the choice of no music in the scene.
Oh yeah, that's a great choice.
Okay, so it's like a comic book thing, and this is nitpicky, and it's not important. But I do suddenly find myself wondering if she could possibly carry that gun. That looks very heavy. I don't know if anybody.
Wait, did you just get to the gun?
No, I was just thinking about it.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, wait a minute.
No, it's been a little while,
okay.
But I was sorry. I was sitting there thinking about it, and I'm like, carry this huge ass turret. I don't know if you could carry that.
It's so phallic.
No, it's not. I don't want to elaborate because it's going to get worse.
Who designed that? Man of Steel designers?
We're going to go to IHOP after this.
And 7-Eleven. Imagine if there was just a 7-Eleven on Ego's world.
Robert says she's an alien. It's fine. I wonder how strong she's supposed to be, though, because that seems like a real, like, almost Hulk level super strength for, like, anybody to be able to carry that. I'm assuming that she's probably above average strong.
Well, at the beginning of that movie, she was, like, holding Drax, like, out the ship and, like, holding the other side as it was flying and crashing.
That's a good point.
But I also remember people being like, "Are Drax and Gamora that strong?" So like, I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, you might not question it if she was Thanos' biological daughter, but she's not.
Mm-hmm.
John Kelling says, "I think she can carry it. She's cybernetically enhanced." Wrong, sir. Incorrect. I don't think she has any cyborg parts.
I don't think she's definitely got like some sort of like implant stuff because she's got like the metal in her cheeks, but
that's true.
She doesn't have like metal bits like Nebula.
See, I always thought of it as just Nebula is the cyborg, and because when their fights, Gamora always wins.
Mm-hmm.
Thanos never did any crazy stuff there, but it never occurred to me what even the face thing was. I guess that is bits of metal.
Well, I don't think it's
she's
like,
born with that.
It's not the Nebula thing. It's just like she has like cybernetic implant stuff, kind of like your kind of typical sci-fi like upgrading thing.
Robert says the main issue is if you buy that fall actually killing Gamora in Infinity War. That's a long way down.
Yeah, and she hit a rock.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that part.
But you see, Cap, Gamora is unbreakable and Nebula is glass because she's always breaking.
He's doing a superhero rewind right now.
Yeah. My life, my love. I love Kurt Russell.
He's not Shatner.
He's not, but he did the pause there. It's great.
That's pretty good.
Kurt Russell's just such a good choice for this role. He's so perfect. I want to see though the first meeting they had where they were like, "Hey, Kurt Russell, do you want to play a planet?"
He's like, how's that work? It's like, well, you're not gonna actually be, and he'd probably respond with, I don't want to just do a voiceover. I don't know.
Do you know who I am? I'm Kurt Russell. That's one of my favorite.
It's still pretty great.
Lines in this. It makes some weird stuff. I want to see what his Heather Locklear statue looks like because it would be off memory. So it would be like slightly off.
That's the thing I talked about in the rewind. We do play a little fast and loose with things that make sense for him to remember so vividly from when he was a kid and the time period that he was picked up at. Like, we take some real liberties with that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we absolutely do. There's a great bit in one of the trailers for 3 where he's like behind the wheel of a car and it's like, and Nebula's just like, do you want me to drive? And he's like, I left Earth when I was 8. Okay, give me a break. I'm like, oh, like that's fun that they had a joke like that.
I think one of the things I'm most curious to see about with 3 is how much screen time Drax and Mantis still get together, given that they had so much of the Christmas special. Like, I wonder if they could be kind of put more in the background, that movie.
I wonder, because Drax is like the obvious character to die, right? So like, you would also think that he would get more screen time to like build up to that.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
That's a good point. It's also possible that Gunn finds a really good way to give everybody plenty to do.
Well, it is
but I guess I'm expecting Rocket to get way more in the fore and have more to do than he's ever had. And I'm kind of expecting it to be kind of his... One of two things. I'm expecting it to be his and Quill's movie as a duo. Or I'm expecting Quill to be more in the background than he's ever been. Because the first 2 movies are so much about him, but it'd be weird to do a trilogy where then he's put in the background for the third one.
I think it'll be what you're saying, where it'll be almost like a dual protagonist thing between Quill and Rocket. Because this movie kind of has that to an extent. Like, Rocket's got the main... Oh, I was even just thinking Rocket because he's got the main B-plot.
That's true.
But... Well, it's split 3 ways.
Yeah, because Rocket's got... I mean, all 3 of them have real clear character arcs. Because Gamora's got that where she's got to appreciate what Nebula went through, and she kind of gets taken down a peg. And then Rocket's got kind of the same thing, but he's got his whole thing with the relationship with Yondu.
Yeah, which is one of the few places where we just come out and spell out the parallel thing, and I think it really works because Yondu's speech is great.
I just don't like the I use my heart thing. That's where it gets to the sappy place for me.
Oh, I'm talking about with Rocket, where he's like, I am you.
No, we're the same. That whole thing is great.
Yeah. The I use my heart thing, I'm like, I feel like that should be sappy for me, but I also think it makes sense that character would say that.
I don't. I'm not.
And I don't know, it doesn't bother me in the moment, but I feel like it should.
Well, I had that in the theater where I was like, oh, nope, you took it too far.
I also helps I think it helps that he like immediately gets choked out so he can't finish. Ego's like, no, you can't say that.
Well, I think that kind of proves my point for me. I think that's Gunn worried he's taken it too far, so you can't have him finish the line.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I think it's fine.
He is too macho to talk like that.
Yeah, but he's so just like um how would I describe it? Like, I don't know, just like the way he is, where he's like, look, I don't use my brain. Like, I do it basically by instinct type thing.
No, I mean I get the point of it. I get why he's saying that, but I don't think that's how he would say it. And I
Mhm.
think it's the point of the script creeping in because it's worried we're not going to get it. And I also have never bought his comparing those two things because how on earth would he understand how Peter Quill's powers work?
Mhm. Well, he's just saying you just got to do it.
But how would he know that?
He's just
How do you-
like,
how do
look,
you know
I'm
that,
cool
though?
and Southern, just do it.
But that's not universal. It doesn't necessarily work that way with everything. He doesn't know how cosmic powers work.
Yeah, but he's got a fin on
Maybe
his
the
head.
cosmic powers you have to really concentrate.
Yeah,
How do you know?
I think it's supposed to be because Starlo, he's like, look, kid, you're too in your own head. Just stop and just do. But
Then just say that though.
yeah, well, I mean, he's also getting choked out in that moment.
No. But he
Before
started
that?
talking about it earlier is the problem.
Mm.
Where he's like, oh, you think when I fly this arrow I use my head? Like, what does that have to do with what Peter Quill is doing right now? Like, it's again the writing is showing. It's not believable that a person would even make that connection.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. It doesn't bother me.
Robert, I disagree. This movie is all about Yondu opening up and revealing a soft side. Like Rocket, he's very emotional and sensitive. But it's a taste thing. Or it's you're buying it. I'm not. I don't think he would talk about it like that.
Well, like I said,
Like,
I
yes,
feel
he
like,
shows the soft side. He does that enough. He doesn't have to he's still gonna be somewhat guarded and not want to look soft though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it shouldn't work for me, but it does. I think it's fine in the moment. There's the creepy makeout thing, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I can't stop to look, but one of them is like a mantis species, which is why I always went. She's clearly his daughter.
Okay, that's weird because I always assumed that he like created her from scratch.
Oh, okay.
This is
Yeah.
the reason I never really bought your idea, which Gunn is now used in the Christmas special. This is why I never bought the idea that she is his daughter, really, like, technically. It's like, well, not any more than anything else he makes. Like, if he had a daughter the natural way, then why doesn't she have the power?
Well, because none of them have the power, which is why he kills them. But she has a different
Oh, yeah,
power that
that's
he
true.
can use. So he's like,
Okay.
well, you don't have the power I want, but I can still use this.
That needs
so,
to be
like, I'll
made
keep
clearer,
you.
though. If she's actually a product of his copulating with someone, we need to know that, because not until this moment did I ever have that thought.
Mm-hmm.
Never had that thought. Matthew Bass, I think the word choice is more the problem. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He just wouldn't say heart. That's it. And let me also say, it's not just a macho thing. I don't think the majority of anybody would say it that way. Do you see what I'm saying? That is movie writing
know if I
encroaching
agree
on a
with that.
scene.
I've definitely heard people talk like that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it never occurred to me that she was conceived naturally.
That's funny. Of all the things I wouldn't have thought you would have gone to that. Yeah. Well, and part of it to me was always,
Well, John,
how-
I don't know how I would say it, because I still think it's weird that you would compare those things. Like, I don't know.
But part of it too, Cap, is that I don't know how he would have gotten Mantis without her just being one of the kids that was dealt to him. Like, that's the only way I can think, because it's not like as far as we know here, he doesn't really leave the planet anymore, and Yondu is bringing all the kids to him.
Oh, okay. So this is the best of this scene, right? Because we've done it 3 times in the MCU now, where you have the Tony Stark, you killed my mom thing, and then you have the you killed Gamora thing in Infinity War. And this is the best example of it because Star-Lord just immediately like shoots him, like he just obliterates him. And it's not like, okay, the character can't kill the villain because the movie would just be over,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Oh, he brought back Ascavaria again. I never noticed that.
yeah. Yeah, needles for teeth. Have you seen those things? So I've
They
always
did they did a good job of giving the planet
yeah.
an expression like he would give.
He's so menacing. Yeah.
But I mean, it actually looks like the actor a little bit.
Yeah. No, I agree. No,
That's
what I was about to
impressive.
say is, part of me has always wished we could have had a moment where the planet talks, but I also don't know how you could have gotten that.
John Kelling, the implication was also that Ego came up on Mantis as a larvae. Why
Mhm.
would he have bothered encountering her as a child?
Yeah. He helped make the larvae.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Robert, this is one of those jokes that takes me out of the movie. I like the Hasselhoff cameo. I just think it should have come earlier in the movie.
I don't know. I don't know how else you would have fit it in. Okay, Cap. Uh this is gonna be sound really stupid, but it's like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh what do you think that weird blue thing feels like?
What do you mean? Oh, he
Like
says jackass again.
Jaggers.
That's great.
Every time I look at it, I'm like, I wanna touch it. Like, is it like a blob? Is it like solid? Like,
Yeah, what is
what
it?
is it? I want to know what it feels like.
Can Ego feel it when you touch it?
Is it like Jello?
These are all great questions.
Yeah,
AMC, I thought this had a lot of
keep me up
potential to
at
be a
night.
great climax, but the and crushed my Walkman really undercut it for me. But I really like that line delivery.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
It's so
I
personal for him.
it's so okay. There's like an inherent funny like, oh, my dad crushed my Walkman thing,
And
but it's
and also it's supposed to be somewhat comedic the way he's saying it, but I think both things work. I think it can be funny and also dramatic at the same time.
and it's also just like kind of, for lack of a better word, scary. Like Ego's very intimidating, and he's like breaking the one last thing his mom gave him. Like he's taken that away from him.
Yeah, that object is like I mean, like obviously it's the connection with his mother. We've had it since the very first movie. It's like it's his heart and soul.
Well, it's specifically mixed too. Like it's the gift he got at the end of the first movie. Like it's that tape. So it's no, I think that works. Like I said,
And also, you have to remember that he's crushing his like spiritual the physical object that's like a spiritual connection to his mother for him, and this is his actual father who he just found out killed his mom.
Mhm. Yeah. No, like the funny undertone is just like, oh, your dad broke your Walkman. Like if you relate it to like
It's
real...
funny because out of context it sounds preposterous.
Well, not only that,
But
like
in context, you have to put yourself in his head.
but also out of context, it's that like it's almost like, oh, your dad took away your Walkman because you were bad. You know what I mean? But like in context, it's like a really emotional beat.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
And I was shocked when that happened in the theater. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe we did that.
Well, this is gonna sound sort of stupid, but for that character, it's like cracking Captain America's shield, right? Like we're selling all the action figures with the Walkman.
Yeah, or like smashing Tony's arc reactor.
Yeah, it's the heart motif.
Exactly.
He crushed both Star-Lord and his mom's heart.
I think my second favorite song choice might be the Wham Bam song.
Oh, interesting.
I
This is
really
one
dig
that
the
I'm
way this is
kinda
handled.
I'm like, this is all right, but
I'm not in love with the song, but just the way it plays in the scene is great. I don't know.
I love when it comes back later when they
That's what I'm
attack
talking
him.
about.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I remember all my friends were like,
I
that was
still
the
don't
best
have a.
song.
I haven't been thinking about this whole movie to be fair, but I still don't have a least favorite. Like,
I think my least favorite, just as a song, is the Sam Cooke song when Star-Lord and Gamora dance. Actually, no. My least favorite's probably it's the Cheap
like
Trick
that.
song. That's what it is.
oh, I'll pick Cheap Trick by default. I don't like Cheap Trick. I forgot about Cheap Trick. Yeah, no, it's a song that works great in the scene. But my dad drugged me to a Cheap Trick concert, and I don't like Cheap Trick, so
When
they
Cheap
are
Trick, I think,
glorified
puts
cover
credits,
band.
so screw them.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you said before that, I missed that.
I think they play over the credits, so screw them. Don't even get a real scene.
Exactly. Oh, really? I thought they were actually in a scene.
I think it's just during the credits.
Robert says Kraglin singing makes the scene for me. Yeah, when he says shoop shoop, it's pretty.
Oh,
great.
he goes soup.
Soup. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Hey, Yondu, remember that Aisha chick? Yeah. What about it? Oh my god!
So what we learn in the scene with Star-Lord and Yondu there is that he would make a horrible Green Lantern.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
he's a
couldn't think of anything
dragon.
better than a ball. I actually think he would have been better casting for the Green Lantern movie, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd be interested, like, if Gunn ever does anything with Green Lantern, like, what kind of stuff he would do with that as a power.
Do you not think that it's... I don't know if you'll have an opinion about this, actually, so I'll rephrase this. I think it's preposterous that even in 2011, because obviously he'd be a little bit old to play it now, but how do you not just go to Fillion?
For which role?
Green Lantern.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand that. Like, he'd already voiced it, and Firefly was only like 7 years before that. Or, no, I'm sorry, 10 years before that. But, like, how are you not just going to Nathan Fillion? That's weird.
Hey, Nathan Fillion could do something now. He's good friends with Gunn. He's in all of these movies.
Yeah. But
Except
that's what I'm saying. I think
he got cut. But
it'd be cool if he played a Green Lantern. I think he'd be a little bit old for Hal Jordan at this point.
Well, I didn't mean necessarily for him to play Hal Jordan, but he could do something. Well, he's arm fall off boy.
Well, that's what I was going to say is I don't know if he would end up doing something now unless it is a complete full-on reboot. Like, if that movie actually counts in their continuity, I don't know that Gunn would think to cast him again.
Well, he could do a voice thing. Like, he's like that big alien that Groot rips his nose off in the first movie.
I also wouldn't have a problem with him just casting him as somebody else. That's such a small role.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
AMC says, no, it makes sense that his Walkman has that significance to him, but it just sounds petty compared to killing his mom. Not to him. They're real related. He says, plus Ego didn't crush it purposely to get to him, so it didn't feel malicious. I don't know if I actually agree with that.
When it's not, oh, you killed my mom. That's actually, you killed my Walkman. He's like, I killed your mom, and Star-Lord immediately kills him. And then he crushes the Walkman, and Star-Lord's just like...
That's true. He's already reacted to that part of it.
And his reaction to the Walkman is like, no, like, why'd you do that? Like, like it's like a heartbreak thing before it's...
Yeah. Yeah, and then he comes at him, putting both of those things together.
It's like I killed your mom, and then now I killed the last thing that she gave you. Like, the last thing you have to remember her by is now gone.
Yeah, how's he not thinking about that part of it?
Okay, so I quote that almost every day at work. The Rocket, do that. Rocket, do this. When I'm walking around.
I like that moment where just for a second we slow down and he stands there and breathes and says, "What a day." That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, and I remember because in the trail, I was in like every trailer, and he would always, it was always the, I guess we can raise our prices after we save the galaxy twice, whatever Rocket says. And then we cut to that shot, Starlight would be like, "Yup." And then when you get to the movie, and he's like, "Oh, what a day." And I'm like, "Yeah, I agree."
Yeah, look at everything he's been through.
It's a very humanizing moment.
But it also tells you that, like, he's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like he hasn't lost himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not completely destroyed.
So we were talking with the first movie about how great the advertising campaign was. This one was really smart in selling it so hard on this sequence. Like, I really like the idea of mostly selling a movie like this on just a scene out of context. Kind of tells you everything you need to know. You remember that? Like the teaser for this movie was just this scene.
And this is like my favorite trailer for like any MCU thing. Like, I was so pumped after the trailer for this movie. It's so perfect. And I remember my little brother.
I still don't get how she knows what Scotch tape is. It's really funny.
Oh, Drax?
Or was it Drax? I yeah, somebody. Yeah, was it Drax? Somebody mentioned Scotch tape, and I'm like, how do you know what that is?
Universal translator, Cap.
It's well, that's really funny that the translator goes to a brand. That's great. Although, you know what? I can see that. I'm still gonna keep complaining about that because it makes me laugh. But
yeah, for sure.
I could see the translator saying Kleenex.
Yeah. Because everyone says Kleenex.
Because that's ubiquitous in our culture.
Yeah. If anyone's gonna have Kleenex, it's you. That's my point.
You're allergic to everything. Wingardium Leviosa.
Guardians, you don't screw with the sovereign.
It's also kind of interesting. Am I reading too far into this, or do you think this was on purpose? I think it's kind of interesting that we've got. I'm ignoring you. That we've got kind of a reverse in the third act here that we did with the first movie, where at the end of that movie, Nova Corps shows up and they're on our side, and here the Sovereign shows up and suddenly we've got a whole army against us.
Oh, that's not the reversal thing I was.
But that's got to be on purpose, right?
Well, it goes deeper than that because the climax of the first movie is they're coming to destroy the planet. We have to stop them, and this one is we're trying to destroy the planet. Yeah,
yeah, that's true too. All of these things are true.
Yeah, there's a myriad of truth in what we've just described. Here's like the best line of the movie.
That's why I put it in our title.
I know. It's such just like a wholesome moment. I love it.
Yeah, and Gunn almost took it out.
Really?
Yeah. He says in his commentary that he was concerned just about doing a pop culture reference like that.
Interesting.
And I think it might have been because it's Disney.
Is it also because they were like rebooting it right then?
No, I don't think it had anything to do with the property itself.
Oh, okay. I just wondered because there's a whole thing with the Suicide Squad where Rick Flagg's shirt is like a little rabbit. And then
everybody stood around for the Blu-ray cover. Sorry.
Because he's got like the bunny character on his yellow shirt, and initially it was supposed to be Wile E. Coyote, and then Gunn was like, "Well, I'm making a Wile E. Coyote movie. I don't want it to look like an advertisement for that," so he drew that character.
Robert, I'm with you in the music in the scene. That's a really good. Sting, not Sting. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Q.
Speaking of music, though, because I forgot to mention it, what is up with the scene when Ego's telling his plan and there's like the CinemaSins like noise in the background. Like every couple of seconds it goes in the score. It's so weird.
Because it's ominous, man.
Yeah.
It's like the it's like the dissonant piano hits in the third act of Amazing Spider-Man. You remember that?
Yeah. I wish I didn't.
Matthew Bass is creating some anecdotal evidence to support something you said earlier. He says, I'm having a different experience with this. After Ragnarok and Love and Thunder, this plays much better. I still have my issues, though.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, like, if you have issues with it, that's fine. But I think, especially comparatively, like, Gunn just cares about these characters, and I think it very much shows.
Whereas Waititi just puts some actors in makeup and costumes and says, you make up a character.
Yeah.
I think there's some scenes together.
And I think there's nothing more apparent than the Guardians with Gunn and the Guardians without Gunn so far.
Okay, so I've talked about this before, but
yeah.
I don't like this scene because it plays too much like a boss in a video game.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't like
all of his dialogue just sounds like the like 4 or 5 lines that you would hear recycled in a Lego game with a boss.
I don't like it because Rocket like puts bombs on them and then gets rolled around in a ball,
like a monkey ball.
Yeah, why'd you do that? But I love that he then lands with a gun and goes, yeah, and immediately gets knocked out. Like, that was so cool that he got rolled around in a monkey ball.
Yeah, that previous scene with Nebula gave me a thought I haven't had before. I would now love a like Guardians fighting game or like an MCU fighting game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be kind of fun.
I've wanted something like Marvel's own Injustice, like something that's just Marvel and not Marvel versus Capcom.
Yeah, because obviously I love the Capcom stuff, but it'd be cool to have something closer to the Mortal Kombat system.
Yeah, there's something that's like just Marvel. Like, I also remember.
Yeah, and like not in a Capcom or Street Fighter mode.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, where it's like you don't have to like have the character roster because we need Capcom characters. Because especially at this point, like trying to do like an Injustice for Marvel, I think would be really hard. Because there's so many characters you wouldn't want to cut out.
Yeah,
like
but I also don't need a roster of 100. Like,
no, I know that's what I mean. Like, because Injustice is like 20 something.
Hell, we don't even know how to make an MCU movie without too many characters.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you do 20 of just Marvel at this point? You could do 20 of just X-Men.
You did Infinity War and Endgame, and people still are complaining about the characters that didn't show up. Like.
Yeah, why wasn't Kraglin in those movies? Something no one has ever said.
Nobody's ever said that, yeah. I say that. I'm not sure that there was any complaint about characters that were missing in those movies.
I mean, it's always the TV show stuff, and I'm always just like...
Well, sure, yeah.
Obscenity warning.
I guess I'm thinking more like stuff like Civil War, where it's like, you know, you found excuses to cut characters out, but... It's weird when you get a major thing that feels like almost like an Avengers movie, like Thor's not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Why wasn't Kraglin in Civil War?
Why wasn't Kraglin in Civil War?
Okay, would Kraglin
We're gonna start this running thing where Kraglin's supposed to be in everything. Like, why wasn't Kraglin in Black Widow? That was weird.
Yeah. Or Black Panther?
Yeah. Kraglin should have been Black
just
in
lived
Black
in Wakanda. And they never addressed it. He's just there. Shuri walks out and she's like, I made your new Finn, Kraglin.
So Ego right now looks like he's in a human biology class.
I love
showing us the layers of the body.
Yeah. And I love the way it like materializes where it looks like the way it shows his planet merged. Like it's not flesh. Like it's like almost imitation. I think
Some
that's
of this looks rough.
Oh, with the blue thing, you think?
When they're chasing people in the street.
I didn't really have that, but fair enough.
Well, I agree with AMC when he says, I mean, Capcom could also just make Marvel games again. Like, it's always got to be Marvel versus Capcom now. Like, that's a franchise. It would be cool if they went back to something like Marvel Superheroes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'd like just cut Capcom out of it. Like, I don't need them versus.
Well, and it's funny because I have the arcade 1-up machine for Marvel Superheroes, which also has Children of the Atom on it. And when they finally, and they've done a Marvel versus X-Men, straight up machine now, and not Marvel versus Street Fighter versus X-Men, reverse it, and they've done Marvel vs. Capcom 2 now finally, and like I thought I would really want that machine, and I love that game, and I have ways to play it, and with fight sticks, but I like the Marvel Superheroes machine so much, I think I'm just good with it, you know what I mean? Like I don't...
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only one of those I played is versus Capcom 3. Because I remember they got the DLC for it, and I was like, "Who the hell is this raccoon guy? Why is he a downloadable character? They have to pay more for?"
3 is quite a bit better than 4.
I heard 4 wasn't very good.
I enjoyed it, but it is... Everybody said it was sort of like, baby's first fighting game, and it does have that a little bit.
Yeah. And from what I've seen, like it's got that like annoying thing where like the movies were doing the Infinity Gauntlet, so that did it too, and Ultimate Alliance 3 did it.
Yeah, bringing the chain back here is why that's my favorite.
That's so good. And we brought Star-Lord's grandfather back in that scene. There he is.
Yeah, and I like all the memory flashbacks that they actually shot for that. They didn't just use footage you'd seen already.
I didn't realize until last night that Yondu's de-aged in that scene. I assumed it was just Michael Rooker, but he is like digitally de-aged in that shot.
Oh, I forgot. You prepared for this like it was some kind of worthwhile endeavor or something.
It's also cool we brought back the kid that played Star-Lord. Because they could have just like got any other kid, but they brought that kid back. He's the main one from the It movies.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that. And isn't it also interesting that both movies open with a scene with his mother, but you don't even really know what she looked like in her prime until this movie? Like, you only saw her with cancer with a shaved head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
And then finally you get to see her when, she was beautiful and happy.
Mm-hmm.
And how nice for that actress that she got to come in and actually do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to just be on screen as, bald with cancer.
But she's in First Avenger, too. She's Steve Rogers' date at the Starcast.
Yeah, we've talked about that. I forgot about that. But it's also, retroactively, finally like getting to see her young and happy makes it sadder that the last memory that Peter Quill has of her is like that on her deathbed.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think it's sort of important that we see that. Is there ever a shot of it in the first movie that I'm not thinking about? Or do we get pictures of her, like, with hair?
I don't think so. I think it's just that. No, and that is really cool because that is like a thing when you lose somebody is you sometimes have to fight to not remember those last moments that were really bad like that, where you saw them at their weakest.
Man, I've had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurts. And I understand... I've seen a lot of movies and TV shows with characters that are like dying, and they stay away from their loved ones because they don't want anybody to see them like that before they die. And when I was a kid, I didn't understand that. Where I'm like, well, wouldn't you want to spend like every last moment possible with the people you care about? And then I experienced that with a couple of people that I knew and really cared about, and the last memories I have of them, they weren't themselves, or didn't seem themselves. And I still think I would probably err on the side of spend as much time possible, but then I get the other side of that too. Like it's really really sad. There's not a right answer.
Yeah,
I think it's like, important not to make a moral thing out of that, though. Like, I think sometimes stories in television or movies will make a moral issue out of it, and I don't think it is a moral choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That's because, like, as a memory thing, like, it almost kind of haunts your memory of them, seeing them that way. You know, and especially, you know, with Star-Lord, you know, it's his mom. Like, you know, it's this person that was incredibly important to him, if not like the most important person in his life.
Yeah, like not to get, you know, super morbid and sad and depressed here, but I'll just mention real quick that one of the big ones for me was Tim Lyons, one of my best friends who died a few years ago in 17, and I was in the hospital with him. God, like 3 or 4 days before he died. I kept going to the hospital. I spent a lot of time there, and I didn't get to have one conversation with him because he was in such bad shape and he was on a respirator. Like I never got to even talk with him. Mm-hmm. So like the last interaction we even had was his just like looking up at me and acknowledging that I was there. Like he knew I was there. That was it. And so like my last memories of him are in a bed on a respirator for like 3 days.
Yeah, it's terrible. I think that is like an emotional beat for Rocket's really good. The I can't afford to lose more than one friend today.
Yes, that's spectacular.
And just that shot of the door closing on him, it's so good.
Especially because 4 hours ago you wouldn't even have called Yondu a friend.
Yeah. Well, he's welcomed into the frickin' Guardians of the Galaxy.
The frickin' Guardians of the Galaxy, right.
Only he didn't say frickin'.
I want to complain that line goes too far, but I like it.
Like in what way? Just like in getting that close to an F-bomb?
No! Just in feeling the need to keep the line going. It's only he didn't say, like, really?
Oh, okay. Yeah. For some reason, I went to like after when he's like, "We got to talk about your language."
Oh yeah, sure.
I was like, no, I think that works. But yeah, when he says only he didn't say frickin'.
Okay, so once again, like it looks better here than some other places, but don't do close-up headshots when you're doing green screen. This actually looks okay, I guess.
No, I think this looks fine. I think it helps that there's like barely a background. Like it's just kind of atmosphere.
It's a gradient, essentially. Yeah.
And it hits right there.
It does. Yeah, now, I was not mentally prepared for this because I just wasn't thinking about it, but I have never once watched this movie without tearing up at the funeral. I've never been able to do it. I don't even know what it does that does it to me. I've not, like, and for a while, I couldn't even hear that song without it happening.
It's so sad.
Father and Son. Wait, what am I talking about? That's my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have to put that over even the chain. That's my favorite because I had never heard that song before, and it kind of gutted me inside out in the theater, and it became one of my favorite songs. That's a go-to karaoke song for me now. So I've listened to it enough now. I don't tear up just hearing the song, but I've never, and even talking over it, even like I don't know when I did Marvel Mania, I think maybe I did it. Like I've never been able to watch this and that not happen. So anyway, we'll see if I can get through it. I'm just not going to look at the screen. We'll just talk and
then. Because what's the artist of that? Cat Stevens. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Cat Stevens, if you weren't a crazy person, would have the best like father and son song and the best father and daughter song, but then Wild World is about his girlfriend. So it's weird. Because that's such just like a good song to say, like for like a father-daughter thing, but it's to his girlfriend. So weird.
And then his realization that Yondu was essentially his real father happening after he dies was kind of a gut punch for me in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. When I know people that like have had that sort of thing happen to them.
Yeah, where like in retrospect, you understand the dynamic and how important a person was to you.
Yeah, like I remember. So my mom's best friend died when she was 24 of cancer, and her father like walked out when she was like a baby, and they reconciled like 6 months before she died, and like she had like siblings on that side and stuff, and they got really close. And I just think of stuff like that. You know, it's like that's so sad. But yeah, and I remember people complaining that Star-Lord like just comes out and explains the movie in the scene, and I don't really agree with that. I don't think that's what he's doing.
It's a fine line to walk, but when it's a realization that a character is having, and it's important how it's written. I think in this particular case, it's quite good.
I also think it's easy on a first viewing to think, well, this is just the theme of the movie, even though it's not really.
Yeah, well,
to an extent.
I mean,
like it's not the full thing.
It's part of it. It's certainly a big part of his character arc. But what I was going to say is, for me, the litmus test is would it be unnatural for the character not to acknowledge what has happened and articulate it? Yes. In this case, yes. Mm-hmm. I guess what I mean is I don't feel like the movie is holding my hand and trying to explain it to me. I feel like it's the character trying to explain it to himself. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I like
I'm just going to make up crap in the moment here, but it's like
rain
on your wedding day. It's like a free ride when
you're a raccoon
already picked. No, I was going to say it's kind of like emotional exposition. Mm-hmm. That's the term I'm going to make up. It's like personal emotional exposition.
And that's the type of thing you do at a funeral. Like you talk about how you feel about things.
Yeah.
And that's typically what a eulogy is.
And that was him speaking from the heart and not having something prepared.
He wasn't speaking from his head.
From his head, right. He was using his heart. Yeah.
Exactly.
Somebody earlier suggested that, and I think I agree with this, that the real problem with that whole like I use my heart business to take the risk at going back to that whole thing again is that Gunn in the script feels the need to have him even explain it any further than he does in the cockpit. And that's really the problem is that when he says, "Do you think I use my head?" That's all we needed.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. Like I said, it doesn't bother me.
And I think I said that in the rewind, but I had forgotten that was my whole thing with it.
So in this scene, Cap, do you wish that Kraglin walked over and said, "We got a box of Zunes"?
I wish what he said was, thanks, I've got this arrow. Wait, don't disintegrate him yet. I need the thing on his head. I need that. How am I going to have that later? Never mind, I'll just have it.
Yeah, Rocket just built a new fin.
It's a huge, preposterous oversight. It really makes me laugh. I complain about it every time I watch this.
That's just the type of thing where it's like, nobody thought about it.
That's what I was going to say. I can tell nobody thought about it.
Yeah.
But it's so weird because it's a scene that requires special effects. It's you got CG and disintegrating him. So how at no point in the process does somebody go, wait a minute, this doesn't match up with what we shot?
It was probably too late at that point because they filmed it with it on his head.
That's a good point. I have a question for you. Do you think that Michael Rooker is actually lying there with the tape on his face?
Yeah, I think so.
I think probably so too.
I thought you were going to ask if I'm happy.
I'm just wasting time. It's fine.
Oh, okay. It's such a shame that David Bowie wasn't able to get his cameo in this scene.
Oh, I was forgetting about that.
Yeah, he died like right around when they were supposed to film it. Like, I want to say like a week to a month away from it.
John Kelling in all caps says there can be more than one prototype fin. It's not a big deal. but it's a prototype.
Yeah, but Cappy said it in all caps.
Oh, okay. But prototype by definition, it's a prototype.
That's what prototype means.
Right. And even if there is more than one, how would anybody else know where the other one is? And it's weird to deliver a thing and say he would want you to have this, and by the way, there's extra ones.
We got a box of fins.
Sure, retroactively you can come up with any kind of explanation you want to, but the only point I'm making is it's clearly an oversight.
Yeah, I don't think it breaks the movie. It's just like, yeah, nobody thought about this. Whatever. A funny thing to mention. I wonder if Michelle Yeoh will come back for 3 because she's in Shang-Chi. But like they recast her as a new character.
Oh. She's in Shang-Chi?
Yeah, she's his aunt when
Why
he goes
did I
to
remember
Narnia.
that?
Because it's Shang-Chi.
I saw that movie one time and it's not sticking with me at all. She's in everything.
Yeah.
Everywhere. All at once.
Disney's remaking that movie just with the same cast.
No.
They're doing that. I forget what it's called. It's based on a comic, but it's a Disney Plus movie, and it's got her, Short Round, and the daughter. They're like the 3 main characters.
That's.
And I think it's also a multiverse thing.
Okay.
It's like. What?
Can't deal with a scene. I can't have it.
Would it be better, Cap, if she said it's an unspoken thing and he said no, because it would get 0 rating?
Yes.
Yeah, then you wouldn't cry. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really got me with this in the theater is that there's not an epilogue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really expect another scene after this, and it's just the proper way to end it.
Oh, the ending shot we have of Rocket is so like just perfect.
You know, it didn't even occur to me that that's perfect in leading into what that third movie is obviously about. Like, wow.
Well, and even just with this movie, I love that we go from his arrow to Rocket and then cut to black. It's so perfect.
In spring, I think we should talk more about King of the Nerds. I don't think we should. We should talk some more about this show Cap couldn't get on.
I want more gun things to have just like a bazillion after credit scenes like this movie.
Yeah, I guess there was a little bit of a risk in our, if we sit through all the credits, not being left enough with that final image and with that final scene. But I never had really an issue with it. I don't know. Like, I think it's so powerful it kind of just stuck with me through the credits, even though a lot of this is, well, it's not all just comedy. I mean, you've got a variety of.
It's a real mix, yeah.
Different things that we're left with, yeah.
Yeah.
This viewing actually went by much faster than one. Like, I'm kind of surprised we're there already. That also might be because I was drinking. I don't know. Here we go! The tragedy of losing Yondu. What is with that emphasis?
Wait, Stallone. No.
Good job, Rosenbaum. You got to say dope. I'm curious to see how much screen time that group gets.
Yeah, I am too. Or even like what their role will be. Like, I have no idea. Because
it really plays like they're like whatever he's setting up with this, they would be a major subplot. And we haven't even talked about this, but just how bizarre would it have been if he didn't, if he stayed canceled, didn't get to make, or by Disney anyway, stayed fired, didn't get to make that third movie, and somebody else came in, tried to pick up the pieces, and was working from his script, or dropped his script. I can't even imagine what that ends up looking like.
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I don't
I
even know.
really thought at the time, surely that doesn't stick and he ultimately comes back. But I didn't think it would take so long he would end up actually making a movie for another studio. And I know he got that very quickly,
Hmm.
but I was
No,
like, well, if he goes and makes something for another studio, he's not gonna come back. Like, I
yeah,
figured even if they offered it to him, maybe he wouldn't. But at first, when we first got that news, I was like, there's no way this sticks. And then it didn't, but it took longer than I thought it would.
yeah, and there was always that part of me that was like, surely he comes back, right? But I was never sure if it was I actually believe that, or it's I'm not going to see it if they don't bring him back, like on principle.
Yeah. Well, and of course you would have had at least one actor, but possibly many, who wouldn't have come back without him because Batista wouldn't do it.
Hmm.
I don't know how hard it would have been to get out of contracts.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting because it seems like the entire cast was like, no, but Batista was the one that was vocally like, screw you guys.
Robert,
Uh,
I was talking to Austin about this earlier, but final death predictions for Volume 3. Austin and I were fighting for a while about Rocket because you really thought Rocket would die, and
and
I really
I backed
didn't.
down on.
What's that?
And I backed down on that, but
Yeah, I still don't think that happens.
no. So I was really like on board, like it's gonna be Rocket until we started to get advertising, and it was like, okay, they're baiting it so hard that there's no way he actually dies.
I think it's actually more likely that Star-Lord does over Rocket.
Hmm. Yeah.
I think that could happen. I don't know that there's anything left to say with that character after that movie, potentially. That's
Mhm.
one thing I wonder about.
Absolutely, yeah. Drax 100%.
Maybe they'll kill all of them.
Dude, imagine if that has like the climax of Rogue One.
Yeah, he does the inverse of what he did with the Suicide Squad, where it opens with a bunch of people dying, and the ending of Guardians 3, the final scene is we lose the entire team.
Right, it just gets like obliterated in the fan, and then it's like Disney.
To another song that's about everybody dying.
They play "We Didn't Stop Start the Fire."
Yeah, it bookends with, it opens with "We built the city on rock and roll," and it ends with "We didn't start the fire."
And
that's my prediction. Those will be the two songs the movie opens and closes with.
It starts playing as Groot is on fire and he burns to death.
AMC, I think Rocket and Drax may be on the chopping block. We talked about Rocket. Drax
is 100%, I think.
You think?
Like, guaranteed, yeah. Because Batista's so open about like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not coming back. And I feel like that's just kind of the way you end that character.
I think they're gonna kill them all. I think the only character that survives is Mantis.
Yeah, it's like the only character.
So she can have the long-awaited Mantis solo film.
Oh my god, I was gonna say I would watch that, but it wouldn't be made by Guns, so it'd probably suck.
I can't get my mind around the fact that we're already at the end of this.
That's crazy.
I do feel like we kind of got sucked into a black hole here.
The skills, but he's good with motors.
Isn't it weird when you're brought in for a 2-second cameo, but you write a whole song and perform it?
And it's beautiful. And the music video for the song is one of the greatest things Marvel's ever made.
Yeah, it's really surreal that Hasselhoff, of all people, wound up in an MCU film after the
Nick Fury thing?
Nick Fury movie.
Yep.
I kind of, if they didn't do that, I think the thing to have done would be a cameo in a thing with Nick Fury.
I was gonna say, what if he was Nick Fury Jr.? This is the reverse of the comics.
That'd be weird.
David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, I'm kind of over the stunt casting thing with things like that, but it would be cool to just give him a neat cameo where he's actually on screen with Sam Jackson.
David Hasselhoff walks in and he's like, "Father, it's me, Nick Fury Jr."
I know I look exactly your age, but
I know I look younger because you just don't show your age. But I also got a cat scratch on my eye.
yeah, it's weird.
That happened in the Marvels.
Nobody talks about how old Sam Jackson is still playing Nick Fury. And still
Yeah,
doing...
he's like 80.
Yeah. Like, he's about the same age as Patrick Stewart, but he's not showing it. So all of us kind of, making fun of Picard and everything, like, it doesn't seem like the same situation.
That's one of the things I find distracting with Captain Marvel is that he's like 20, but he moves like an older guy, like especially when he runs.
Yeah, I've heard people say that, and I guess that's stuff, that details I don't tend to notice, but I did not notice that.
So that's my favorite Stan Lee cameo in the MCU. I love how just not a good actor he is, and he's like, "Oh, gee, oh." It's not my favorite cameo in general, but I think in the MCU it's the best. It's so funny.
Yeah, well, he never stopped talking the way he did all the way back in the 60s. Like,
yeah, when it's fun too because Gunn got to direct like I think some of the last ones he did. I don't know if you remember that they like had Gunn film like 4 or 5 cameos at once.
Yes,
yeah,
I didn't know about that.
And it goes from Doctor Strange to I think either this or Ragnarok maybe.
And his last one is in Captain Marvel, yeah.
No, okay.
Or did he shoot? Or was there one after that? I'm not thinking about.
So in MCU, it's Endgame, but
of course.
Last cameo in general is Teen Titans Go to the Movies.
Yep. Isn't that crazy?
So weird. But Endgame did the thing I always wanted, or I wanted from Captain Marvel, where you de-age Stanley, and you have young Stanley show up.
Oh man, they should have done that. I never thought of that. That's really funny.
Yeah, I don't think he's digitally de-aged at all, but he's got the hair that he used to have in Endgame.
Hayden Springs says he's in his 20s and he moves like that.
Oh yeah, that's because it's you.
What?
I don't know. It's 4 a.m.
We've clearly been doing this too long. Well, it went back kind of it went by kind of lightning fast though.
Mm-hmm. No, those movies move at a clip. I hope 3 also does because it's like 20 minutes longer.
Well, did you have fun watching both of these movies 2 days in a row?
Yep, I love these movies, man. They're so good.
Well, I think we managed to have some fun discussion. Got quite a bit talked about through that.
Absolutely.
Nice and loose and laid back. Well, you guys, we sure appreciate you. We will see you again real soon. And if all goes according to plan, I'm going to tackle another Gunn movie Monday night for the Superhero Rewind commentary project, The Suicide Squad. And I will see you then. I was Captain Logan, and this was Austin, the Day Ghost.
You missed the opportunity to not say I am Groot, but I guess I could have done it instead of pointing it out, but...
Oh.
Whatever.
Well, I just wasn't even in the Guardians place anymore. Now I'm thinking about the Suicide Squad. And
okay,
I
we could
still
have
have 10
said...
minutes left of that movie I gotta watch.
You could have been like, I am Hand.
Hand.
Or, I am an overhead projector.
It's an overhead projector. All right, we'll see you later, folks. Bye, everybody.
See ya.